Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second train stop in the teleportation train Tuesday. We were at Vanessa's Village earlier. It is my bad that I have the train stop saying I'm the first one. And don't worry, we won't stop here. We'll then continue on to Brittany's and then continue on to Nicole's. So, yeah, we're in for yet again a very busy Tuesday. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Where are we at? Of course. Oh, and also I'm playing around with the banners, the brand. We're gonna try this weird looking kind of comment thing today because it's kind of cute. I love that I get to see a very big coda in the corner. So yeah, we're gonna see how this works out if it doesn't start to annoy me because I don't think I like how the bars don't match up. I want some. Anyways, I'm already nitpicking it. We're gonna go with it and see if we like it for today. Let me know in the comments what you're doing. I am going to be reading Flawless. However, I did kind of lie because I'm not going to be starting my day off with that. Instead, I'm going to be starting my day with The Strange and Beautiful Sorrows of Ava Lavender. So this one is a magical realism historical fiction, multi-generational read, and I'm about halfway through. The reason why I'm prioritizing it is because I am doing it for my Meet the Booktuber vlog, and oh my gosh, I need to get that out because it was meant to get out in April, and now it's April 30th. So I'm hoping to have it be my Thursday video, and so I need to finish this so I can move on to editing and all of that. But then I'll be reading Flawless. Let me see here. We've got Tennille. Hello, Tennille. How are you? Beatrice is here too. I'm so glad that the teleportation worked. Vanessa was in the comments to make sure that all went well. Thanks, Vanessa, so much. We'll be back in a little bit, but leaving the stream up. Oh, no worries. Also, thank you for leaving it up. I do appreciate it. I finished editing my video and just finished my thumbnail. I will try to read a bit and get ready for my dinner. Ooh, sounds good. Yes, I think it'll probably be a bit of a lunch sprint for me. I also, it's only 12 p.m. It's noon here, and I'm already on my second cup of coffee. So we're gonna see how the day continues. But I don't know. I find coffee really comforting too, even though I'm trying to lessen my caffeine intake. Off work this afternoon. Oh my gosh, congratulations. We usually only see you during your lunch break. So hoping to get a bunch of reading and chores done. Reading Illuminations, T. Kingfisher middle grade. You know, I still haven't read A. T. Kingfisher, but I have been kind of playing around with the idea of starting with her middle grade. I feel like that actually sounds really fun. I know that there's one with like the gingerbread man on the front that looks really fun. So I have been debating that. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, and honestly, especially if Tuesdays or Wednesdays, depending on where you are in the world, end up being the best day for you, you can always move from make sure you're subscribed to Vanessa, then me, then Brittany, then Nicole, and the four of us will make sure that you get through the day very easily. That made me jump. Hello, Judith. Nice to meet you. Oh no, was it the music or was it my entry? I'm sorry if I scared you. That's not a great sign since I'm going to be here with you for the next 6 hours. But I'm so sorry if that scared you. Afternoon. Hello, Donna. I need to finish A Curse for the True Love, but also dealing with life. Honestly, yes, it's always a case of juggling life. And yes, reading is a good distraction. It's a good escapism, but we also have to adult sometimes. I have to pay my rent, actually. Not that any of you need to know that, but because it's the end of the month, I thought of that today. I was like, I need to send my check, but it's going to be fine. Hello, more. Working on my May reading journal spreads. Ooh, I also need to do that. And then I will be reading Murder Road by Simone St. James. Oh my gosh. In the next sprint, I will be your representation more because I have that book on my shelf. I've been meaning to read it because I'm doing like this kind of thriller vlog where I just try a bunch of thrillers as a mystery reader because I tend to not really vibe with them, and I'm going to try and force it on me. But I'm waiting on the audio for that. We'll see if I can wait. Hello. Oh my gosh, Elena, this is such a cute little ghosty. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before. For any of you who aren't aware, I have my own ghost wall here. They're like at the fair, helping a cat get out of the rain. So that is so cute. I'm a sucker for it. I love it so much. It's just they're so cute. Hello, Brittany. How are you? This is our third stop on the train, by the way, everyone. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's right. I should have known. We've got Canadians in the comments. So I'm wearing my Canada shirt. I remember when I graduated undergrad. I'm from upstate New York, so like we're closer to Canada than we are to New York City. And so a few of my friends, we ended up going on a weekend to Toronto to celebrate graduating. And of course, we had to bring back some touristy stuff. And I thought it was perfect because I'll be entering some Canadian romance today. So I'm giving Summer and Rhett their acknowledgments as being Canadian. So thank you very much. That's too funny. I completely forgot what I was wearing. Hello, Rainy. How are you? What are you doing today? Are you at work? I'm so sorry if you're at work. I'm sure you are. This weekend, I searched for City of Brass and I did not find it. Oh, no. That's so surprising. I'm really surprised that you didn't find it because it's so popular. Especially, yeah, that's weird. Oh my gosh. Hi, Linda. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh, welcome. I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you. Are you off work today? What's going on with you? Also, oh my gosh, let me in the library. Why don't I remember your name? That's really upsetting me. So let me know if you can just remind me. But also, I hope you've been well because it's been a little while. Good morning, Leandra. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jamie. How are you? I had no idea transportation. Oh, yes. Yes. So it's actually, there are some, unfortunately, some kind of restrictions. I think you have to have 1,000 subscribers, and that allows you then to do it. I also realized that you can only do it if you can do it with premiering videos as well. Fun fact. So if you are premiering a video, you can then send someone to another live stream. I did that with my Meet the Booktuber for Lauren, Happy Haunts Library. She was doing like a live show about all things like monsters on film, like Frankenstein. And I timed it so that I could then send everyone to her. But the only way I could was if I premiered the video. So they do have certain restrictions, but it's actually been really great ever since we discovered this. I just saw the book of the month selections for May. And once again, I don't want any of them. This is the third month in a row. I might cancel my subscription. Yeah, it sounds like you might need to, especially if they aren't like, I don't know, accommodating for your type of reading preferences. I think that they tend to lean, is it like historical fiction, women's fiction, and some like thrillers sometimes. I feel like those are the big three. And once in a while they'll do fantasies, but I know that fantasy readers have complained that they won't continue the series. They'll only make a book of the month for the first book, and then your like books won't match because they'll be different heights and everything. I don't know. A long time ago, I was a book of the month subscriber, and then I just realized that I kept getting the books and I wasn't reading them because I wasn't interested in them. So I ended up canceling as well. And this was years ago, but forgot to say what I'm reading. I am reading The Do-Over by Lynn Painter, the first book for Escape. Oh, that's right, because Escape the Readathon, hosted by Lexi, is going on. I'm sure it started today for some people or they're allowing it to start today, and then it can count towards May reads. Well, I wish you luck. That one I hear is quite fun. Is it YA? I think it's YA romance. Hello, Chrissy, joining in and reading Within Arm's Length, Within Arm's Reach by Anne Napolitano. This is an author I've been meaning to try. I'm pretty sure. I think that there's another book. Is it like the 9 something? I might be thinking of a different book though. I'm reading The Hunting Wives. Ooh, is this a thriller? Because I might have to look into this. Because as I said, I'm trying to convince myself to become a thriller reader. It's been very fun. I've had some good reads. I've also had some bad ones. But what is this? The Hunting Wives. Is it new? I don't think I've heard of it. Hello, Sarah. Oh my goodness. How have you been? I have just under 45 minutes left in The Darkest Part of the Forest by Holly Black for my April buzzword. Ooh, what was the April buzzword, by the way? I don't think I knew it. I stayed home sick today because of a bad cold. Honestly, smart. Because the worst thing could be is if you go to work and then you end up getting more sick, you get other people sick, and now you've have time to finish your book. So you're going to finish in the next sprint. That's great. In the first sprint, I suppose, for me. The Spoon Energy the Spoon Energy pushed through today. What is that? I was able to do more than what I was thinking. Let's see if I don't procrastinate. You can do it. I don't know what Spoon Energy is. That's the difference? What about Knife Energy? or fork energy. Yes, A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. That's the one with the gingerbread man by T. Kingfisher. That's on my list. This one, Illuminations, isn't as well known, but it's really good so far. Sometimes that's actually the best, is when you look at an author's backlist, and by backlist, it just means that not as popular, because sometimes those are the gems. I find that with Colson Whitehead, actually. I respect The Underground Road. I find that fine. It was good. It seems it's important. But my favorite book by him is The Intuitionist, and that was his first book, and not enough people have read it. I have a stack of 10 already started, currently reading. Oh no. I will be focusing on today, reading 1 to 2 chapters in each till I finish them. Oh my gosh, so you're juggling all of them. See, I've gotten a hold of my currently reading. I think now I'm not counting a few that I've kind of abandoned, and I'll probably have to restart them. But I think I'm currently reading 2 or 3 books technically, and that hasn't happened in a while. I've usually had so many more reads to go. By the way, Donna, I did not tell you this, but we'll say it here for a good laugh. I got A Cure for True Love on the weekend. Do I have the other books? No. I have to now go search for the matching ones. Oh my gosh. Also, why does this trilogy have so many editions and so many different covers? Is that for Donna, or is that for City of Brass? Because I know we were talking about 2 trilogies. My kids, see, this is the thing. Look how big this is. This might be nice for people who need larger, larger comments to be able to read it all. But I'm debating if I want it to cover me. I don't know. Anyways, my kids need me very much today. One is needing help with his school. He is being homeschooled. Daughter is off to get her G1. Youngest has a doctor's appointment. Oldest is moving out today. Oh my gosh. So much is happening. Also, having your oldest move out, I'm sure that that's really tough. Is the train transportation part of a refund? It's not. We just do it every Tuesday. And they do it on Thursdays too, with Vanessa, with Brittany, and with Nicole. And actually, I totally forgot. After Nicole is Coda. So we actually have 5 people in this transportation train. So yeah, so you can literally go into your Wednesday and hang out with Coda. And yeah, so we just do it. It's really fun. My headache is back. Oh no. I'm about to finish Throne of Glass. I have only 30 pages left. You know what? Do what you can. If it would make you feel better just to finish the book and then you can rest, then that sounds good to me. You might be able to finish it in the first sprint and then maybe rest, because headaches, because our brains are basically controlling the rest of our bodies. If my head hurts, nothing else is going to get done. That is one type of pain, or one type of I guess ailment that I don't know why I put that in quotes, but I was gonna say illness, and I'm like, it's not the same thing. That I cannot function if I have a headache. Oh, I haven't seen anyone mention Ava Lavender in so long. I remember loving it, but never finished it. Oh my gosh. It was at the start of my reading journey. I put it down for another book and never continued. I'm a little over halfway, and the rating is gorgeous. I'm actually surprised that it's labeled YA, because it is labeled a YA, and I'm like, I don't think it is. I think actually would be more suited for adult, to be completely honest. So yeah, and I never heard of it. When was it published? Whoa, sorry, 2014. I know that wasn't a long time ago, but it was 10 years ago. And I feel like in publishing, that's almost like centuries ago, because so many books come out all the time. I didn't realize. I find myself, I usually read books that are either were published prior to 2000 or after 2016. I don't know why. I ignore the early aughts and the teens for some reason. Hello, Greta. I'm reading Delilah Green Doesn't Care by Ashley Herring Blake. That one has been recommended to me so many times. That series has been recommended to me so many times. And I feel like now that it's summer, I am kind of leaning into the romance vibes, hence why I am reading Flawless for the Chestnut Springs along. Hello, Christina. Getting my ticket punched at the like button. Ooh, yes, I love that. Get your ticket punched. That is such a cute. That's so fun. Wow, Christina, you're so creative. You work from home. And Rachel, oh my gosh. Thank you, Rachel, so much for reminding me of your name. I will make sure to remember it this time. It's so tough though, especially when you haven't seen someone in a while, and that's not on you. You certainly do not have to be here every time, but I always feel so badly. So thank you so much. Finished 9 books this month. Brandy. Oh my gosh. Didn't get to 2, but that's okay. That's still a lot. So that's a lot of books. on a new medication, and the side effects are not great. So I hope it gets better soon. Happy to have some company through this sprint. Yeah, of course. And you certainly don't have to discuss it further, but are these, side effects, were you prepared for them, or have they kind of been sprung on you? I hope that your doctor or doctors have prepared you for that, because if not, that is really frustrating. And I hope that they subside soon, because yeah, new medication, it's always like a new situation where you're like, okay, now what's going to happen? I've been needing some good focus time, so these sprints are perfect. Yes, perfect. And honestly, being work from home, if you have to do work during these sprints, a few other people have done that. So you absolutely do not have to be reading. Good morning, Linz. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well too. Yeah, I hope you're doing great. I'm not sure what I'll be reading yet. Ooh. Let us know if you need help. If not, let us know when you make a decision. I've been thinking about the teleportation. I did not know I had to have 1K subscribers. Yeah, it's really frustrating. I don't really know why they do that, because we do already have a bit of a protections in place, where I remember when I first asked Brittany if I could, because I saw that I had the ability to redirect, and I was like, well, if every time, and also all of you in the comments were like, Leandra, you should just redirect. Like, why are you constantly like not making this life like easier on you? So I looked into it, and Brittany just had to give me permission to do that, and Nicole too. So like, we do have protections where it's not like you're just randomly sending people to random accounts and they don't know what's going on. So I don't know why they make you have to have 1,000. I'm sure there's a reason, but I just haven't looked into it. Oh, that's so cool. I'll have to look into how you can teleport. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really convenient for everyone, especially without having to like go crazy with the link and making sure everyone has it and they transfer over. This one is just hands off. I finished A Tempest of Tea. I give it 3 stars. It missed some sparks. Oh no, we were really anticipating this one, and it turns out I was telling Beatrice that we could potentially buddy read this, because I did have a publisher reach out and ask if people were interested in it, and I said that I was, but it appears that I was not in the final cut to get it, so I never got it. I guess at this point, I don't want to buy books if I've never heard of them. But yeah, before I'm trying to be more particular with my money. That's honestly one of the main reasons why I stopped any subscription service. I used to have a subscription service with the Mysterious Bookshop, where I would get a Golden Age mystery, because obviously that's my thing. But then I realized I still wasn't reading those. Like, I have a beautiful shelf of them, and I definitely intend to continue to support it and eventually buy the editions that I've missed. But I didn't see the point in me getting them right when they were published, because I'm not in a place to immediately read them. So yeah, and with Book of the Month, I feel as though, unfortunately, it's become a situation where, yeah, they can kind of be, I don't know, like bought to be like including certain authors that are actually not as interesting, and I don't know. I feel as though it's not as good as it was when it started. That's my thought. Leandra, I love Ava Lavender. I honestly never see people read it. I will be honest, I'd never heard of this until XO Joe, who is my guest for Meet the Booktuber episode 4, until she recommended it to me. I was like, oh, I have to look into this. And fortunately, my library had this copy, and I was able to get the audiobook, which is quite well done. I'm really enjoying the voice narrator. So yeah, it's worked out really well. But I swear, I'd never heard of it before. I love that there's so many people in the comments who are like, I know this book. And I'm just like, I didn't. Spoon Energy, like from The Matrix? Oh, I've never seen The Matrix. I only know when Keanu Reeves does his kind of like fallback thing. So I liked A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. I love T. Kingfisher. I still want to read more of her backlist. Honestly, Rachel, I think that you were reading the newest T. Kingfisher when you first came onto these sprints, like the first time I met you. I'm pretty sure. So that doesn't surprise me. Also, if you have read enough, where do you think I should start? Like, what book would you recommend to me? I heard of The Hunting Wives through Haley Hughes. It came out 2021. Oh, okay, so still pretty new. It's a thriller. I thought so. Centered around a woman who leaves a high-powered job to live in a small town and ends up in a social circle with a very interesting woman who seems to run the town. And then a young girl's body is discovered in the woods. Oh my gosh. This actually sounds like really interesting, and it doesn't remind me in the sense of really anything to What Lies in the Woods, but that was one of the most recent thrillers that I really enjoyed. And I do like a woodsy like setting, or like a small town set surrounded by woods. Also, Rainey loves Haley Hughes, so that also adds to my intrigue, being like, I don't think I know who Haley Hughes is, so I might have to look into her. For what I have understood so far, it's like the amount of energy you have available for the day, and different activities cost more. Oh, more spoons. I was going to say, like, what's in the spoon. You can only fill a spoon so high. Interesting. I think it's an interesting theory for energy. Oh, for sure. I've never heard of that. Do you mean spoon theory? Oh, yes, that's exactly what Beatrice means. I love the spoon theory life, unfortunately, as well. Oh, you live it as well. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that's really interesting. Beatrice and I do the same buy the 2 or 3rd. Why can't I read today? Buy the 2nd or 3rd before getting the 1st sometimes. Ooh, that's happened to me on accident before. I remember actually, and I read it too. It was in the Rat series by Haruki Murakami. I remember I read 2 books. I thought they were a duology, and then I realized that they were actually books 3 and 4. And I was like, oh, that's why that first book I read was kind of confusing. Oh my gosh. That was before I like actually utilized Storygraph and Goodreads and everything else to find out like what is actually the first book in the series. Hello, Glenda. I can't believe today is the final day. I know. We are a third of the way through 2024. Isn't that insane? We've already lived 4 months into this year, and I don't know how it went by so quickly. It really baffles me, especially I feel like April went by really quickly. Maybe I felt that way for every month, but I feel April specifically has been like the shortest month in my mind. I love Delilah Green, honestly. And what's the second book? It just looked like I was like smoking something. What is the second book in that series? Because I remember people really loved that. Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, she was really skeptical, but then she ended up loving book 2 more. Is Delilah Green? I think that's the first book, isn't it? I could be wrong. Yes, having the oldest moving out is a bit sad. I know he wants, or he won't need me as much anymore, but I am happy I will be getting my sleep more, won't have to wake up so early. That's true. And you know what, as long as he's not moving too far away, you can always support him, he can always visit. No sweat. Oh no, it's genuinely, I absolutely hate when I can't remember someone's name who I know has been here. So Rachel, don't worry, I'll remember it. Yeah, I remember it had a lot of heavy topics. I still feel like I didn't read it that long ago. I put it down to pick up when I could appreciate writing and topics discussed more, but I never did. I understand what you mean. It is literary fiction, too, in my opinion. Like, it's historical, magical realism, but it's just really beautiful, like purple prose. And that's not an insult. Sometimes purple prose is an insult where it's like, okay, let's reel it back. But this is really beautiful. I will say that much. But yeah, some of the topics I'm like, I don't know if I'd want a why. Like, I wouldn't not recommend it to someone who's like 14 to 17, but I feel as though most of the characters are going through adult situations. Like, they start in their teens and then things are happening in their 20s, 30s, and beyond, because we're following the matriarchs. So yeah, I don't really know why it's being deemed YA. Maybe the author might say, I wrote this for YA, and then okay, in that case, then that was her intention. But yeah, also there is some infidelity that's happened, and I'm like, and depending on how it's been handled, one thing in particular, I was like, I feel like this shouldn't be in YA, but I could see it being an adult. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone. Don't forget Ursula Vernon, T. Kingfisher, other pen. You're right. That's the other pen name. I always forget that T. Kingfisher has another pen name. Haiku. Haley. Haley Hughes is a horror thriller booktuber. She is also a therapist, so I love hearing her take on mental health rep. Then yeah, she's the one that I need to look into, because like I said, I'm trying to see if I can find thrillers that are for me. I think I ended up getting discouraged because there were a few thrillers that I've read that have just kind of fallen into the same tropes, and I find it a bit tired. But then there's been others, like one I really loved that I read for this vlog that I'm doing, and so I'm like, okay, we're good. Hello, Gabby, popping in to say hi while I read for a bit on my lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Please don't let us disturb you, especially if that's your only time to read during the day. Spoon theory comes from an analogy for the struggles and difficulty living with chronic illness and chronic pain. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that. Hello, Crystal. I'm doing well today. It's been a good day so far. I caught a cold from one of my kids. Listen, you are not the only one in the comments who has a cold today at work. So trying to rest at home. And also from one of my kids at work. Yeah, whenever you're in teaching, maybe it's daycare, even a nanny, like whatever the case is, children, they don't mean to. It's not their fault, but they carry things and it's just you're bound to get sick. That's part of the job. So yeah, you're trying to rest at home today, but hoping to get a lot of reading done. Yes, relax, read. I hope it's, a good distraction. Haley is now haiku according to my phone. Yes. I was gonna say, I was like, oh, we're talking about poetry all of a sudden. I'm down. Yes, Delilah's book one. The rest of the series follows the other friends in the group and their respective love stories. Ooh, okay. That's good to know. The second book is Astrid Parker. Doesn't fail. Okay, which I also really liked. Unfortunately, the third book didn't really do it for me. Interesting. I wonder if that's the case for a lot of people. You know how sometimes in series, especially romance series, everyone kind of agrees on what the best book is or like what the best two, and then everyone kind of agrees on the one that they didn't like as much. I find that with the Brown sisters because that one has three. I've only read the first one, but I feel like most people adore book two. Some people might identify with book one more, and not as many people like book three. Is that the one with the youngest sister? I do know people who book three is their favorite, but I think they're in the minority. For T. Kingfisher's horror, I would recommend What Moves the Dead. Ooh, because that was the first one in, the second one just came out. Bryony and Roses and A House with Good Bones, which are wrecks that go from creepiest to least creepy. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna start that comment because then I can know how creepy I want my first experience to be. I also loved Toad. Okay. Words and Other Stories by her under the Ursula Vernon writer name. Also, isn't there a character named Toad? Doesn't she have a character named Toad? Because Danny absolutely adored that character from Danny Dabbles. I read I always want to say T. Kingfisher, even if you just say Kingfisher. Middle grade horror fantasy novella, Minor Mage, last summer. That's the maximum horror I can manage is middle grade horror. Honestly, middle grade horror is lovely, especially if you like atmospheric stuff, where maybe you don't really care about the other elements, but you like to feel the eeriness, like feel the atmosphere. That's why I read middle grade horror because I think it's really well done without the other messiness. Crystal, I'm in the same boat. I hope you. Yes, I was gonna say. I was like, we have quite a few people who are dealing with colds. A few people dealing with headaches today. It is what it is. We're recuperating from Monday. I think lots of people like Astrid more than Delilah, but I haven't heard a lot of people talking about the third book yet. Yeah, and it could be that people just didn't like it. Isn't it strange? I feel like there's a lot of romance series where people don't like, or not that they don't like, but it's not their favorite. It's the last book in the series. For instance, even with Chestnut Springs, this one, I'm pretty sure most people have said that Hopeless is their least favorite, or they just didn't care about it as much. We might be onto something here. Bryony and is it Bryony? Bryony. Bryony and Roses is so good. Also, Seventh Bride. Those are both adult though. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm kind of debating. I don't know. I could just they're all very really short. I mean, if it's a middle grade or if it's, T. Kingfisher's short books, I would get through it really quickly no matter what. No, wait, everyone loves book 3 of the Oh no, I'm so sorry, Rachel. I don't mean to tell you and lead you astray, but I'm pretty sure if that's the younger sister, a handful of people, maybe just in my group of friends, have said that that's their least favorite. Maybe they don't represent the entire population, but I think that people prefer books 2 and 1. I could be wrong. Headed to buy more planes. Coda! Yes, Coda. So this is the 5th stop on the train, by the way, our final stop, at least for now. Eventually, we might continue the train forever. I hope you enjoy buying more planters and plants. Almost done with the garden setup. See you all when I get back. Sounds good, Coda. We'll see you when you get back. Gee, how am I just finding out about Seventh Bride? It sounds so much like a Grimm's fairy tale. Honestly, yeah, I think I've looked into that title before, and that's been one that has really intrigued me. I definitely remember loving the writing so much. Pretty unusual for me at the time. This is about Ava Lavender, by the way. But the topics were a bit too adult. It's a generational novel, so it follows lives of adult characters as well. Exactly. And that's why, and that's not to say that like middle grade can't include adult characters or YA can't include adult characters, but I just feel like that mixed with the content, I think that unfortunately it's a bit taboo as well for, well, the issue is that some people refuse to read YA if it's labeled YA, even though it could be for everyone. Same with middle grade. And I feel as though this could gravitate towards a really good adult audience, but because it's labeled YA, people I'm sure have not given it a chance. So that's the one thing that I feel like it would make more sense to put it in adult. Good luck with the planters. That sounds so fun. It does. I know, Coda. I'm sure you've put them. So he's probably gone. When he gets back, I'll have to remember to ask him. But I'll have to ask if he's put any of his like pictures in Discords or somewhere so we can see, because he's been working on his like planter and planting all month, and I really want to see what it looks like. Bryony is a Beauty and the Beast retelling. Ooh, okay. I did know that Kingfisher was known for doing some retellings. I love fairy tale retellings. Me too, especially Beauty and the Beast. That one's one of my favorites. So, I can't believe they don't like Eve Brown. I love Eve, though I also really, really loved the first two books in this. I know. I mean, honestly, when we're saying some book is one's least favorite in the Brown sisters, like, come on, I don't think anyone's ever hated the Brown sisters, you know? So it's like they're all great. I've only read book one, as I mentioned, but I have to read book two in the coming month or two for Meet the Booktuber, because one of my next guests has assigned it to me. So I am excited to continue the series. Also, I have to remember to get all my Libro FM influencer audiobooks and Hoopla books. Ooh, before the month is up. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. I've officially borrowed my last book on Hoopla, and I'm terrible. I always save them for the end, and sometimes I forget, and then it's the first, and I'm like, no. So yes, everyone, make sure that you get those borrows, especially if they end up ending at the end of the month. I read Ava Lavender, The Night Circus, and The Daughter of Smoke, and Bone around the same time. I heart all three equally. I'm constantly on the search for the same book high. Yeah, I honestly, I'm not surprised, especially with The Night Circus. I read The Night Circus, and I can see the parallels as far as beautiful writing to Ava Lavender, for sure. Starting everyone in my family was a killer, has killed someone. I think that's what you mean, Kelly. Everyone in my family has killed someone. That is honestly a book that's on my list, especially because book two just came out, and I've been meaning to read that. Claire's here. Hello. Finished work, heading home. A self-care night. 100% support that for me as I completed my 30 and 30 books challenge. Congratulations. You deserve a break. 100%. Completely agree with you. YA has a bit of a stigma. That's the word I meant, not taboo. But it must have done something right for me to remember it so many years later. Exactly. I completely agree. I always find the YA adult designation tricky. Actual teens are dealing with so many adult issues in their real lives. That's so true. And as a teen, I often found teen YA books naively unlike real teen life. Yes, and that's also a lot of times I listened to a podcast about this, and I promise we'll get into a sprint. But there was the discussion of age categories and how oftentimes, depending on the age of the main character, they argue that that is actually directed towards a reader that is maybe 2 or 3 years younger. So, for instance, if you're reading a book for a 14-year-old, really an 11-year-old, 11 or 12-year-old is kind of the target audience. So I feel like that's why YA gets weird, because depending on, like, if it's a 16-year-old, yeah, 13 or 14-year-old may be the target audience. And yeah, I don't really know why they do that, but sometimes it works and sometimes it clearly doesn't. I do the exact same thing. I always get so sad when it hits midnight and I've forgotten to get all my Hoopla books. Yes, and sometimes I've noticed, like, it's honestly only a few minutes after midnight, and I'm like, no. Like, can I change my time zone to like make Hoopla think that I'm in a different time zone? It doesn't work. I think I'm going to pick up the second book soon. Ooh, and that's for the book that Kelly's reading. Honestly, yeah, it looks really good. Let me know. I mean, if you really enjoyed the first book, then I definitely want to read it. So I'm gonna have to add that to my list, my never-ending list. Okay, we're finally going to get into a sprint. Let's make me a bit tinier. We're gonna go for an hour. I hope that works for everyone. We can always do a longer sprint if need be. I see that Jean's here. Hello, Jean, just running off to work, no worries. Also, Laura, hello. When I was growing up, young adult books did not exist. That's so true. Now there's like YA sections. That's actually a good point. And then I filled all my Hoopla slots last night. Good job, Jamie. Good job. Yes. Okay. Let me get us into a sprint, and I will see everybody in an hour. welcome back. I hope that was a really lovely hour for you. It was a lovely hour for me. I ended up getting a lot of reading done, and I have a puzzle on my puzzle table, and I made some progress on it. It doesn't look like it, but I feel very proud because it's I should grab the box. It's like a Shakespearean setting, and it's just the people are so tiny, and it's been a bit difficult for me to get through. So I'm pretty proud of what I've done. And I don't know how far I got, but I know that according to my audio, I only have 40 minutes left. So I will definitely be finishing this. And that means in the last kind of half of the next sprint, I'll be able to get on to Flawless. I saw that we have some people reading it in the comments, which is really exciting, including Priya, who joined us. But let me get through some of the comments that came in and let me know how you did. Where were we? Do I know where we were? Maybe not. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we ended with Jamie filling Hoop Less last night. Great job. And then Jean says, when I was a kid, YA was mostly like Sweet Valley High. This was a conversation we were having about like YA and how it's a pretty new category, arguably. Like at this point, having YA sections in libraries, YA sections in booksellers, that's not really how it was. And now they've even broken up more. I think they have like YA fantasy, and it's kind of interesting how they've divided it up. Also, Rachel joined us. Hello, Rachel. Hope you're doing well. I think that you're working on your current writing project. If I briefly read through your later comment correctly. Also, Maria's here. Hi. Just joining. I'm taking care of some work things. Good. You got to do the adult stuff first. Once I'm done, I will start part 2 of Days at the Murasaki Bookshop. Ooh, the cover for this one is really intriguing. I also know though, I don't know, I'm always nervous because it has a cat. I'm pretty sure it has a cat on the cover, and I'm always like, oh my gosh, because I'm afraid to read the Traveling Chronicles, the cat traveling the Traveling Cat Chronicles, because I think it's going to make me cry. So I don't know. I get nervous about Japanese translations because while they're a bit removed in kind of their open emotion as far as writing style goes, they hit you really hard. And then this is Priya, who I mentioned I already noticed is reading Flawless. Hello, no worries that you joined late. We have just gotten one sprint down, so we still have a lot to go. Also, Glenda, greeting everyone. We love it. We also have JK, greeting everyone too. I hope that your own writing project is going well because we have another author in the comments. I wish you luck. And I'm pretty sure you said that you've sent your book out to beta readers. I hope that that's going well. I know that you obviously are now kind of waiting. You're playing the waiting game, waiting for people's responses, but I hope that it goes really well. Where else are we? Oh yeah, I'll be reading Negative Money. Ooh, poems. Is April National Poetry Month, or was it May? Did I miss it? I think it might have been this past April. So good for you for getting that in. By Lillian Yvonne Bertram, and Landmarks by Marianne Lessert. Nice. Hello to Laura. First time joining your sprints. Yes, I was going to say, I don't think I recognize this name. I am usually at work, but we'll be working from home today. Oh, well, I hope that works out really well for you. When I can work from home, one of my jobs allows me to do that, actually requires me to do that. It's quite nice to know that you've got like your own kitchen. You've got all of your food here and just your comforting space, as long as you don't distract yourself from all of your items, because sometimes that is also the case. So we'll try to keep you on track. Joined a few seconds before first sprint started. I'm reading The Color of Tea, ooh, by Hannah Tunnicliffe. I've never heard of this, The Color of Tea. Is that nonfiction, or I could see it as being historical fiction? What is the genre of this one? Because I love tea. I'm drinking coffee today. You mostly see me drink coffee, but I do love tea. Hello, Alicia. Just got back from picking up my daughter, finished lunch, now going to film and edit a video before continuing pucking around. Ooh, you're reading a huge book. I'm pretty sure, isn't Pucking Around one of those rare, chunky romances? I still, to this day, haven't read a hockey romance, by the way, which I know is kind of all the craze in the last couple months. Haven't done it yet. Obviously, Chestnut Springs which is the third book, is going to require me to do that. So that it might have to be my first one, especially because I'm still on hold for Icebreaker. I think I'm like 120 something in line, so I don't think it's going to be that. But good luck. You've got a full day, and you've already done some things. You finished lunch, got your daughter, so things are going well. Hello, Helen. I'm reading Green Dot by Madeline Gray, and I have 76 pages to left. Oh my gosh. Well, if you need the sprints, we will help you get through that. Hoping to finish today. I think you can, especially because we've been doing hour-long sprints, and later on, in about 4 hours, if you're still here, we'll be moving on to Brittany Loves Reading, and she'll be having sprints. So if you need them, don't worry, we will help you finish. Also, hello, Rye. Rye and I just discovered that we're both very familiar with upstate New York, and I still need to reach out to you and see exactly where you're from because I love that. And also, Rachel. I think Rachel, I feel like I'm remembering everything except your name when you first came in. I think you also, did you go to school in upstate New York? Maybe I'm reminding me of someone else, but I think there's a few of us who are either from there or went to school there or something to that effect. Hello, Stormy. I'm reading The Maid. Oh my gosh, that is so funny that you say that. I'm going to take the time. Is it? Oh, yes. I'm blindly grabbing this. Is it this book by Nita Prose? I just read this, and I unfortunately can't tell you what I thought of it because it's for like a secret project, but the vlog is coming eventually. I think it's scheduled for June, around there. And I'm interested to hear your thoughts because there is some autism rep, like high functioning autism is our main character. And yeah, just so you know, there is, I guess, content warning for some mentions of terminal illness. Because I didn't realize that when I went in, and that might be something that people need to know. But you're on chapter 3, so early days. Let me know your thoughts. What do you think about it? And you can always reach out to me privately so we can talk about it. Just I can't do it yet publicly. And that sounds really weird, but yeah. Hello, Jen. Not reading just yet. Okay. Finished meal prepping, a breakfast. Ooh, omelet. That sounds lovely. And now working up the energy to clean the kitchen. Yes, indeed. Especially making an omelet, you're like pulling out so many ingredients and you're like, okay, now I gotta put all this away. I also have to clean dishes and do everything else. What I've been meaning to do lately is actually mop my kitchen floor. That's something I've been neglecting. I'm fine with cleaning everything else, just floors. For some reason, it really bothers me to have to clean floors. Hello, Bethany. Hopping on from the office. My first day back in the office in 8 years. Oh my gosh, that must be such a strange transition. It's definitely not like riding a bike. You definitely have to get used to it again. We'll be finishing up some work and heading home for lunch, pre-K pickup, and then work from home. Oh, okay. So at least you do get to work from home at the end of your day for a bit of a wrap up. Okay, that's at least that's kind of nice. Back. Hello, Vanessa. You're back. Meeting in 30 minutes, but we'll be in and out. Sounds good. So, for those of you who arrived during my sprints, actually, the first stop was Vanessa's Village, aka Read with Dr. B. So, make sure that you're subscribed to her, especially if you realize that Tuesdays are a free day for you and you need help to get through it because Vanessa usually does it earlier in the morning, whereas I start at noon for Eastern Standard Time. Going slow on writing up. Ooh, this argument between characters. Ever since one alpha reader said there's a lot of sexual tension between them, which was not the intent. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. You're like, okay, I need to fix this because the last thing I need you to do is ship these characters that I don't want you to ship. Sometimes I do read a book like that and I'm like, am I supposed to ship these two characters? And then eventually I'm like, okay, no, we aren't. There was just a weird thing going on. So that's too funny. What a really funny kind of not criticism, but just like feedback. Feeling a little better. Ate a small lunch. Okay, that's good. And only have about 25 minutes left in my book. Oh my gosh. Okay, Brandy. And then after this, you can just continue to relax, continue to try to get back to feeling normal and everything like that because it's not fun when you're not feeling well. Managed a YouTube video and 40 pages of Illuminations by T. Kingfisher, for those wondering. Hoping to finish it today. 160 pages left. Ooh, in 9 hours. Oh my gosh, this is actually a bigger book than I thought. If you have 9 hours left, I guess it depends on how that's probably at normal speed, but that seems like a pretty, like, I guess, chunky middle grade. Well, he's chunkier than I usually read. Got to 67% of Where Sleeping Girls Lie. Ooh. For some reason, that title always makes me think of Hannibal Lecter. What is that? Silence of the Lambs. I don't know why. But I hope you're enjoying it. Oh yeah, YA has come such a long way. Oh, for sure. I was reading adult by middle school because in the 90s there was a huge gap, 100%. And you know what they say? There's still actually a lot of discussions across genders. If we want to talk about the binary, whereas boys often go right from middle grade to adult. And we also do see like an oversaturation, I don't know if we want to say that, but like of women writers and women or young girl readers in YA. And there's this discussion of, yeah, like middle grade is when we kind of lose the boys who are reading. If they don't transition to adult, they just stop reading altogether. Honestly, it was a really interesting podcast. I might have to see if I can find a link to it because I still reference it all the time. I learned so much, but anyways, pretty productive sprint. I recorded, uploaded, and posted a new, actually short video about today's reading. Lovely. Then read 2 chapters in The Loving Spirit by Daphne du Maurier. Oh my gosh. I'm going to be actually reading Rebecca soon. I know, Jamie, that you were reading it with Nicole and Coda and maybe a few others. And I'm officially going to be reading it because I also have to do that for a bit of a vlogging project. So I'm excited. I haven't read Daphne du Maurier in years, so I need to get back to her. Me too, Bethany. From children's section to adult section in grade 5 in 1990. There was no bridge. You just had to jump. Yeah, exactly. And it can be like a pretty drastic transition. And I know that we've had teen characters forever. So they must have just either decided to put them down to middle grade or up to adult because there's a lot of classics that follow teens. So yeah, a good example actually is I don't know when this was published because it's not old. But I Capture the Castle. Oh my gosh, I remember when I read that. I absolutely adored it. I was in like young like 20s when I was reading that one, and it follows teen characters. I feel, and at the library where I work, we have 2 editions. They're the same. They're just 2 different books. We got 2 copies, I should say. One's in the adult section, one's in the YA, because arguably both can read it. So that's kind of, yeah. Anyways, interesting. I've been meaning to reread that because that was such a cozy, like lovely book. Got my second coffee. You and me both, Christina. So productivity time. We are changing out the winter comforter set to the spring set on our bed. Yeah, I have I usually take out my comforter out of my like duvet cover when springtime comes because I don't need it and then I store it away. So I got a load of laundry, sent hubby off to start it, and got lunch for my son. Amazing. Maybe seeing light at the end of this deep, dark tunnel of spring cleaning. Good, because spring is bringing us into the light, isn't it? I read 13 pages of The Historian by Elizabeth Kostova. 130 pages in, and I am very bored. So I may switch to something else. Lynn's, yes, please do, especially because if you're kind of bored and you're forcing yourself into reading it, it could just be the wrong time. You could start resenting the book. You also could get into a slump. So that sounds about right. I'm reading The Simple Art. Sorry, Laura, we'll get to you. We got to talk to the other Laura first. I am reading The Simple Art of Flying, and it is quite cute. And the new Holly Jackson, I hate the main character so much. No, I've been meaning to try Holly Jackson for quite some time because obviously everyone really adores her work typically. But if you're hating the main character, that's not good. Unless you're meant to. I still don't like that in books, but I understand that sometimes we're supposed to hate the main character, find them insufferable. But I mean, it kind of sucks when you're like, I don't even want to root for this person. Why am I following them? Okay, now to the next Laura. I think it would be contemporary fiction. Found it in a free Oh, this one's about like the color of tea. Okay, found it in a free little library. I love that. I love tea, and the story seems intriguing. Okay, well, I hope that continues. Especially with those types of like finds, little free libraries, you can just find anything that's maybe under the radar. You might not give it a chance any other time. So that's really great when you can find something. Just got home. I hope I'm not too late. Jennifer, of course not. Hello, welcome. The party has finally just begun now that you're here. What will you be up to? Do you have to get some like work tasks or home tasks done first? Or are you finally able to relax and read? So yeah, no worries. Please join us. Hello, Laura. Oh my gosh, how are you? Just got home. from the dreaded clothes shopping for my sister-in-law's hen day. Ooh, so that's like our bachelorette here, right in the US, a hen party at the weekend. I think you would say, Ben, oh yeah, I should just keep reading your comment. I love that you guys call it hen do's, right? I think that's so cute. I actually prefer that term. Yes, the maid has a very big death of a loved one theme. Totally. And I will say I was so surprised. I knew that there was a death because, and this isn't a spoiler. Basically, the maid follows Molly, and her grandmother is the person who's raised her. And at the beginning of the book, we know that the grandmother has since passed about 9 months previously, and Molly's still dealing with that as she's moving forward. And toward the end, it got really heavy, and it shocked me because I wasn't expecting it. So for some people who aren't really good with the terminal illness, or they're at the moment trying to avoid it, that probably isn't the book for you. Set in 2008 in China, a British woman moves with her husband to a small island and opens a tea and macaron shop. That sounds lovely. A scrumptious story of love, friendship, and renewal. That sounds really lovely. Also, island setting. Whenever spring and summer come, I honestly start gravitating towards island settings specifically. So that sounds really interesting. A Letter to the Luminous Dead, The Luminous Deep by Sylvie Cathrall is getting close to the previously mentioned high. I think it will be a high 4. Ro, I'm so glad because we've been kind of following you as you've been reading this. It's definitely on my list because you've been really enjoying it. 13% into The Wicked King, second Cruel Prince book. Ooh, okay. Are you enjoying it? What are you thinking? Especially, I mean, I'm assuming you loved Cruel Prince, or at least enjoyed it enough to continue. So, like, how is it shaping up? I know it's early days. This video is the one I talked about your book in. Oh, it's so exciting. I love people supporting friends. Random question. What do people mean when they say ship characters? Oh my gosh, Laura. So shipping, it's like relationship. So it's when you're like in support of a certain relationship happening. So you ship these two characters. You want them to start a romantic relationship. So yeah, that's what that is. It's a fun term. Always good to see you, Joanne. Oh, yes, we love Joanne here. I always call Joanne JK, so I apologize, Joanne. Maybe I should start calling you by your full name. Well, now I know not to annotate when I'm sick because I just ruined a page. Oh no, because my hands are shakier than usual. But read 20 pages. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. You know what? That's okay. If you end up, pausing, don't annotate anymore. If the rest of the book is pristine, I personally would view it as not being too big, but I know that can be really upsetting at the time. So I'm really sorry. Don't let it discourage you from keeping going and continuing to annotate, but just, maybe don't annotate now. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. It's just, romantic mostly. Yes, exactly. Just like romantic relationships. I guess you could always do like friendship. You could always say like you're shipping a certain friendship or something like that. But usually I view it as like romantic partners. Like for instance, perfect example, Flawless. We have Rhett and Summer. If you really think that they should be together, you would ship them. Or you see in TV shows, if you get inklings of someone, you're like, they would go really well together. They would look good together. You would start shipping them in, across the social media platforms. Tomorrow is Workers' Day, May 1st, a national holiday. Who's doing reading sprints tomorrow? Ooh, well, I can tell you that this train is going to continue with Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. Coda from BookTube Bestie should be going on as well. In the evenings, we always have Nell from Nell Diamond. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. I know that Vanessa has some sprints this week, but I don't think for Wednesday. Vanessa, if you're in the comments, let us know if you are. Sorry, it's not the audio. I meant 9 hours left before bed. Oh, I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, that doesn't track with 160 pages. I should have done the mental math. You're right. But her middle grades are bigger than her adult books, strangely. Adult usually around 150 to 200, and this is 260. I guess that makes sense though, because sometimes with middle grade, you'll see that the font's a bit bigger as well, for obvious reasons. And, it's a bit more spaced and just to make it easier to read for the younger readers. So it does kind of track that it technically is probably around the same size, but I am feeling the embarrassment of thinking 160 pages would ever include 9 hours. That doesn't make any sense. I finished Where Sleeping Girls Lie last night. Tonight I will be going back to Bone Shard War. Libby is dumping a bunch of holds on me, but I need to finish Bone Shard before I lose it. Oh my gosh, that's how I feel. And I'm starting to have to prioritize certain libraries. So, because I live in the state of Pennsylvania, we're really fortunate that libraries like those based in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh provide like anyone who's a state resident a free card, which is great. The only thing that kind of stinks is that with Philadelphia, you only get 6 borrows and 6 holds, and that's the library where I tend to get most of my borrows from. So I have a bunch of books coming in from hold, and I still have my 6 that I've borrowed, and so I'm having to prioritize them so I can get them off my list so I have space for the others, because I just had to keep pushing other books away because I don't have room for them. It's obviously it's a very good problem to have. It's not something to complain about. There are bigger issues in the world, but it's crazy. I have to like actually prioritize libraries these days. Well, the teen characters existed, but it was more the content that jumped from children's to adult. Some with teen characters were definitely adult books, not sexual content, but serious topics. Yeah, for sure. I mean, but there's a few scenes. One in particular happened while I was reading, and I was like, this should not be. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. It's tough because I'm only basing it off of who I was as a teen. But I'm like, this shouldn't have been in a teen book. It's just I'm not going to say it on the internet, but there I will be saying it in my vlog though. So there, I was like, this is I. The only reason why I'm like, okay, if this was an adult book, I would be like, oh, this is weird, but I'd accept it. But I keep thinking, I'm like, being in YA, it's a bit harder to accept if that makes sense. So anyways, I never really read middle grade or younger books until I was an adult because my mom, I also love mom. I always want to say it as mom instead of mom, taught me to read with adult books and encyclopedias. Honestly, yeah, and I wasn't a very big reader when I was a young child. I'm really glad that I've gained the joy of reading in, like high school, college, and so forth. But I think I missed out on middle grade reads just because I wasn't a big reader. So there's also many reasons why we kind of skip around. I was reading Mary Higgins Clark books by like 5th grade, Stephen King by 6th, and then discovered fantasy with Terry Brooks in 7th grade. Yeah, and you know what? There are some like adult books that we 100% like either because the authors are prolific or they've always been accessible. We'll read them younger. Like I say this a lot with Agatha Christie. A lot of us have been introduced to Agatha Christie maybe in late elementary school, middle school, and it's about murder. It's clearly adult books, but they're accessible. So we read them when we're very young. Libby dropped 6 holds today. Oh, Ro, what are you going to do? We're going to do our best. We can support each other. It would be funny if we did like a Libby event where we just like supported each other getting through our Libby Libby borrows so we have more room for holds. But basically that's what just sprinting is these days. Like I don't even have to label it. We're all just trying to get through Libby. Making dessert. Ooh, it took me longer than I planned. But I mean worth it. So I'm watching back the chatty bit. Oh, no worries, Elena. Kindle says I have under 4 hours left of my book, which is doable for tonight if I don't get distracted by YouTube so much. YouTube, sometimes Instagram. I'll admit that I'm susceptible to getting into the doom scroll and then I get distracted. So I know what you mean. I hope that you can get through it. But also it's okay to take breaks. I think I am meant to. Oh, but heavens, she is horrible. Oh no. Yeah, so Laura thinks that she's meant to appreciate or like the main character in Holly Jackson's new book, but heavens, she is horrible. Oh no. That's terrible. Sorry, I was eating lunch when you replied. Unfortunately, I'm still working on the last chat. Oh, so you haven't sent it out to the beta readers yet. Okay, hopefully you'll get there. Grim dark fantasy mostly has hate-worthy characters. Yeah, that's true. Like certain genres, thrillers too, a lot of times, which is why it's hit or miss for me because sometimes you are meant to have gray characters or just horrible characters, and I'm just like, yeah, I might be rooting for the villain. Actually, I think I'm fine if you all meet your demise, which is terrible. Going to be getting ready to go back to work tomorrow after spring break and reading everything else in the universe for a middle grade book club. That sounds lovely. I've never heard of this. Everything else in the universe. I might have to look into that. And also, good luck prepping mentally, emotionally, physically for going back to work. I hope you've enjoyed your spring break. The Wicked King is going well so far. I don't think the drama is too far away. Okay. Too far off, too far crazy. That's good. Also, hello, Neva. How are you? What are you up to? Yeah, what are you doing during the day? Maybe you should be like resting, sleeping. Are you relaxing? Especially because I'm sure that your own work life has been kind of crazy. We've also been like missing ships in the night, passing ships. That's what it is. No worries. I like being called either JK or Joanne, but I want the transition to my pen name to be as smooth as possible. So JK is what I prefer. Honestly, that makes sense. I respect that. So I'll be calling you JK, but I also know that your name's Joanne. Laura's Kindle Mayhem TBR. Yes, please, everyone, go ahead and like start like showing us some love in the comments, especially if you're a moderator. Always feel free to provide the links. Christina is our reigning champion for always providing links when they should be. But oh yes, I love it. I'm gonna have to watch that. Donna is sprinting tomorrow. Okay, that's good to know. So Donna is going to be sprinting. And also, like, if we want to throw in the link there, you can click notify me because that can be really helpful. The next time I'm sprinting is Sunday. Oh my gosh. Okay. Taking a bit of a break. Oh, yes, I know why. Because I don't know if it's a secret or not, but Vanessa and I are going to meet each other as well as a few other booktubers like Katie and Nell and Brianna. So I'm really excited about it, and it's going to be a meetup this weekend. So, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Yeah, I need to pack for that, by the way. Also, yes, so here's the sprint spreadsheet. So there's a few people who are new here in general, so you might not be aware, but Vanessa, as well as Christina and Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading, all actually do so much work, and we really appreciate it, to provide a like really nice culmination of all the sprints happening at any given point. Obviously, it's an exhaustive list. It's not everyone because as much as we think Vanessa, Katie, and Christina know everyone, they don't know everyone on the internet. But this is a really great place to start. So check out this link, maybe tab it, especially if you are always searching for sprints and you just want to know who's there, because it's really, really helpful. Like, honestly, they do so much work. So also, like, just make sure you're showing glowing appreciation to those three people. We finish over at CODIS shortly before Cat Sprint start. Oh, okay. And yep, Nell's Wind Down Wednesday start an hour or so after Cat starts. After Nell, there is still sometimes a sprintless desert, a sprinting desert. Can you believe that? I actually really love that term. Even though obviously that's like all of our worst nightmares. Kat's novel adventure sprints on Wednesdays. Perfect. Just joining. Hello, Patricia. How are you? I'm reading Eva Rice. Ooh, this could be everything on page 75. Okay, so you're just starting in the novel, 75 pages. Seems like you may have gotten the lay of the land. What are you thinking of it? Are you enjoying it? Hello, Jojo. Good morning to you. How is it going? So we're starting to obviously start seeing some people from New Zealand, maybe some Australians who probably should still be asleep at this point. But good morning. I was definitely reading Agatha Christie in elementary school. I also was reading the Lord of the Rings trilogy for book reports already as rereads by third grade. I mean, Jamie, also, like, you of all people, I'm like, Jamie's read everything and also started reading much earlier than the rest of us these huge books. So that tracks. We'll be back when my meeting is over. Okay, sounds good. Good luck with your meeting, Vanessa. I'm still laying in bed until sprints later. I took the work day off. Oh my gosh. Yes, you deserve it. I miss you. I miss you too. I swear. I know we used to be on like the same exact schedules and something happened. I don't know. I feel like it might have been me. I know that you also were like moving and switching and everything like that too. Life is crazy. Hopefully the summer ends up allowing all of us to be around the same like time frames and everything, because it's crazy. Let me see here. We have so many people saying hello to each other. Yes, Priya saying hello to all. Everyone should be welcoming Priya. Priya is also based in India, if I remember correctly, which is really lovely because I don't think I've ever had someone check in from India. I just kind of stumble in and vibe. Oh yeah, that's the way to do it. Donna Sprints, thank you so much, Christina. Yeah, so if that time works out for you, and I'm assuming this is Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 a.m. It might not be, but it'll show you once you click the link which time zone it's in, and click notify me so that you can be there. The tab decided to close on me when I was listening to the sprint. Oh no. That's okay. I'm sure you didn't miss much. Today I'm finishing Where Sleeping Girls Lie. Honestly, it all tracks because we've got the B&K book club. This is the pick for that. I've been getting all these like Discord notifications as you've all been reading it, and I've been feeling a little bit of FOMO. Oh, cats too. Thank you, Christina. Yeah, so everyone, honestly, like hit notify me and then you'll be ready to go. It is good night here in India. I was going to say, Priya, it's really late for you. So absolutely no worries if you need to like go to bed. It was really nice. If you need some help to stay up a little bit longer, maybe get through your book, I'm here for you. All right. It is EST. Oh, don't apologize. I'm also an EST, but I always remember I'm like, okay, we should probably acknowledge the Central Time, Mountain Time, Pacific Time, and that's just in like North America. Everyone else as well, like GMT too. But yeah. Okay, so let me make myself tiny again. We'll go for another hour. I think there it is. So now you've got big timer, little Leandra. And I will see everybody in an hour. Thanks for being here. everyone. Welcome back. Also, always let me know if the sound on the timer is a bit too loud because I always forget to adjust it and sometimes it can be jarring. Let me know how you did. We have reached the halfway point. I'm always so surprised when we're already halfway through my section of sprints because the day goes by so quickly while we're on here. I have officially finished the first book in my 2 books. So now I get to switch over to Flawless. And I've also made sure to record my thoughts, my reactions, and I was also able to record my wrap up for the vlog, which will include these 3 books. So City of Brass, The Sunbearer Trials, and then The Strange and Beautiful Sorrows of Ava Lavender, just to highlight Joe from XO Joe, and I'm really excited about that. So I feel really accomplished today already, and now I get to move over to Flawless and read a little bit of a romance, get through it, because our live show is on Claire's channel. It's on the 4th of May. So yeah, I need to get on this. I'm only halfway through the book, but it's going to be a quick one. Meanwhile, just before we left, Tennille reminded us that also Atlantic Time is part of North America. And I always forget about that. So I do apologize. And I'm trying to think if that's because the US, does the United States have Atlantic Time? I know that as far as in North America, of course, because Canada includes that, Canada has that, but I've always wondered, I'm like, I don't know if, I don't think Maine reaches it. So that is my fault for forgetting that. We also ended up getting Nell's channel linked just because she doesn't have her Wind Down Wednesday sprints, scheduled yet, which I totally relate to. I tried to schedule these a few days ahead of time, but I'm pretty sure I just scheduled these yesterday because, oh my gosh, life. It will be 8:30 a.m. for people living in Central Time. That's for Donna, I believe, for Donna's sprints. I have my day off from my work tomorrow, so I decided to stay up a little longer. All the people are so lovely here, and it makes me want to stay up all night reading and talking with you guys. Oh my gosh, Priya, I love that. I appreciate it, but also take care of yourself. As soon as you get tired, definitely get a good night's sleep because we support taking care of ourselves. I've been lurking, but I finished my book, and my daughter has passed her G1. Congratulations! Oh my gosh, to both you and your daughter. That is lovely. Yeah, great. Oh, we've got congratulations in the comments. Woohoo, amazing. Yeah, that's great. Also, back from the meeting. Amazing. Vanessa, I hope you don't have any more meetings today. If you do, I'm sorry, because those can also take a lot out of you. It's not even 5 a.m. yet. Oh my gosh, Alicia. My alarm goes off in 40 minutes, but I randomly woke up and can't go back to sleep. That happens, especially when it's that close to your alarm going off. It's almost like your body's like, no, it's not worth it to go back to sleep. You're like, no, I want those 40 minutes, actually. I guess this will be in the background as I get a start on my day. Oh my gosh. On your May reading, that's true. Yeah, Alicia, you're in the future for us. Yeah, you might as well get a start, get going. I'm so sorry that you've been forced to wake up so early, though. Hello, I'm back. Sounds good. I took some rest. Good. Then had dinner with a friend. Ooh, lovely. And my headache is gone now. Amazing. Do you think it was just you needed food, maybe some rest, some nourishment? Because sometimes that's how I feel. I take too long to eat and I suddenly have a headache. And it's like, oh, that's because Leandra, you need to eat. Your body needs to have fuel to continue going. I also finished Throne of Glass. Oh my gosh, so many great things. So now I need to figure out what to read next. We have options. And I already see the book I might want you to read. Okay, so the options are A Psalm for the Wild Build, The Man Who Died Twice, Orpheus Builds a Girl, or 1,000 Ships. Everyone in the comments, feel free to provide their own vote. For me, I will obviously be choosing A Psalm for the Wild Build because I adored that book so much. It's so lovely. I gave that 5 stars. It might have been my first 5-star of 2024. The Man Who Died Twice, I'm not as big of a fan of that series. I love Richard Osman as a comedian, as someone on panel shows in a lot of British television, but I'm not as big of a fan of his writing. He's coming out with a new book this year, actually, that I'm pretty sure isn't associated with the Thursday Murder Club series. So I'm hesitant. I'm willing to try it, but this wasn't for me, and I ended up DNFing that book. But that's because the series isn't for me. So that's a me thing. That's not an everyone else thing. Orpheus Builds a Girl and 1,000 Ships. I might have heard of 1,000 Ships, but I've never heard of the Orpheus one. So my vote is A Song for the Wild Build, but Everyone else can outvote me. That's fine. Just popping in on a quick work break to hit the like button and wish everyone happy sprints. Thanks, Jamie, so much. I hope that you have a good day and good luck with the rest of your work. Watch Danny's new video. Tried and failed to schedule a doctor's appointment and managed 30 pages of illuminations. I am on track to hopefully finish today. Thank you so much for the notification that Danny's new video. Is it the one, did it just come out today? Because today's Tuesday, so she typically has a video come out today. Oh, I should know. Is it her highs and lows? Or is it her TBR? I can't remember. She's been talking about both of those books both of those videos, to be honest. It might be something else. Made breakfast and lunch for tomorrow and read 30 pages. Amazing. Just like Tennille, another 30 pages. Now at 74%. Brittany, you are going to finish this book. Definitely going to finish it tonight during your sprints. I have a feeling. I am still reading Simple Art of Flying, just a cute middle grade. We love that. Honestly, I have a couple middle grade on my TBR for May that I'm really excited about because I feel like I kind of was neglecting middle grade, especially in the latter half of 2023. I realized I just wasn't including it in my TBRs. And then I've been kind of averaging 1 or 2 a month, I think, in 2024. And it's been amazing. I got no reading done that sprint. I was watching YouTube videos and said, honestly, that's still productivity for your brain. I'm sure they were entertaining. So that's totally fine. Looking forward to that video. Sunbearer Trials is on my TBR. Yes, you're going to have to see what I ended up thinking about these books. Keeping it close to my chest, even though, let's be honest, I feel like I'm really bad about keeping things a secret. So you all probably know how I feel about these 3 books. Are we still sprinting? Just needed to do something in the last couple. Oh, yes, Stormy, no worries. So we'll be on my channel for another 3 hours. Then we're moving over to Brittany's. You have to do nothing. It's just going to redirect you. She'll go for 5, then Nicole. So yeah, we're still going strong. We usually get, I think, 2 more sprints in on my channel. It's usually about 4 for me for the day. US does not have Atlantic time. Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks, that. Because I was like, I'm trying to remember how far reaching we are as far as where we go. No reading, but coffee was drunk. Oh my gosh, the most productive person on these sprints, I would argue. Atlantic time is only in Canada, I think, but I know it's not in the US. Okay. So it might be, it could reach some island name. I'm trying to think of how geography works, but yeah, not the US. Canada forgets too. It's something we're miffed about sometimes. Oh, I totally understand. Atlantic time is New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and I think part of Brazil. Okay, that's what I was going to say, because I was like, if we're reaching all the way down to South America, I feel like there might be a sliver there as well. And you're based in Nova Scotia, right? Because I usually see like the NS. I'm pretty sure. Made it to 88%. Oh my gosh, in my book. So should be finishing in just a few more minutes. Genuinely, especially depending on how big the book is, like 12% can be nothing. Unless it's like a huge, like chunky book, then it could be like 50 pages. Just looked it up. Atlantic time also. Oh, Brasilia time. Interesting. I find that so interesting. That's so funny. 8 p.m. here. Oh, okay, so it's 8 p.m. So yeah, so a couple more hours. We can hang out with you until you go to bed. Sounds good. Yeah, it makes sense because around Stormy, you might be in like the UK or in Europe somewhere. Because 5 hours for me, that's the UK. That's what I'm thinking. But of course, again, could be other. No reading that sprint. I made a salad. Ooh, that sounds lovely for lunch, and I'm eating it while watching BookTube and landscaping videos and petting cats. Oh my gosh, you live the life. You genuinely live the life I want. Ooh, done a bunch of random bits. First, I will say I said ooh because I saw a bunch and I thought you were saying brunch. And I was like, Laura, you're having a late brunch. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Some editing, some organizing, some parenting, some internet stuff. Awesome. I feel like I get the most excited when I think people have food in their comments. I've just realized about myself. Excited to watch that vlog and to hear your thought about all those books. Finishing my book tonight seems less likely now, but the plot is picking up now, so I might just read past bedtime. Yes, honestly, let us hang out with you until you go to sleep. That sounds great. And yeah, maybe depending on my thoughts, whether I liked it, whether I didn't, you might want to re-pick up The Strange and Beautiful Sorrows of Ava Lavender. I don't know. Drove home during that sprint, had lunch, and am on my way to pre-K pickup. I knew what that was. Autocorrect did not want you to say that. A Song for the Wild Built. Yes, Laura, I fully support it. But again, everyone else can vote for something else. I don't think the headache was being hungry as it started right after lunch. Okay, yeah. And there's so many reasons why someone might get a headache. That's the most frustrating part, is that you almost have to like go through the list in your head and be like, no, no, no. Okay, it might be that. I had lunch. Yeah, this was like a big lunch sprint for a lot of us. I'm probably going to get an afternoon snack. Did some sprint hopping and finished fixing the bed. Now planning the next move. Yes. Oh, I got you. I got you, Bethany. Peak pickup. I mean, it is peak, isn't it? It's the peak time to go get them. I'm going to read for one more sprint and head to bed. I'm only 10% through Flawless. I hope I would finish it before the live show. Honestly, if you don't, no worries. There's a lot of people kind of at different points, and you can always still hang out in the Discord. I don't know if you're in the Discord, Priya, because if you are, at least you can always keep talking about people there while we're moving on to Heartless. But also don't rush, no worries. It's also a pretty quick read, you'll find. Yes, Highs and Lows came out. Ooh, okay. I'm excited. I can't wait to see. That'll be fun. I was thinking actually being inspired by her and a few others who tend to do that, like superlatives, because I didn't do a wrap up for March just because I read too many books and I was like, you know what? I don't want to have to talk about all of them. But I like the idea of highs and lows and or like superlatives, just talking about the books you want to. That could be fun. Cutting onions. Oh my gosh, that my eyes are stinging just by you saying that. Yeah, or is it the book? That's a good question. Okay, we've got confirmation. It's the actual onions. I'm in Nova Scotia. That's what I thought. Isn't there another time zone too that is a half hour off? And I think that is Atlantic time. I'm pretty sure Atlantic time is the half an hour off difference. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's why we like get frustrated. Oh, there's also in Australia. Aren't there a few times in Australia that are like half an hour rather than an hour? Oh, okay, Newfoundland. Okay. So that one's the half an hour off. Oh my gosh. Are you hungry? I think I am. And you know what's so funny? I ended up treating myself this morning. I went to the grocery store and picked up a few like donuts from the bakery, and I was like, and that's probably why I'm hungry, because as delicious as a donut is, it's not as filling. And so I think I've got to get something a bit more filling in my stomach. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna have 2 more sprints, I'm thinking, because that's usually about we did 2 for the first half, we'll probably get 2 in for the second half. That's usually what happens. And yeah, no worries, Ro. I hope you have a lovely day. Thanks for stopping by. We also have James here. Hello, James. I'm assuming you're home from work. I hope it wasn't too stressful. I hope that you got through it. Just kidding. She's going until the next train stop at Brittanyburg at 6 p.m. Yes. So I'm going for another like 3 more hours. There's a time zone in Australia. Oh my gosh, stop it. That's 45 minutes off. That is, now we're getting so picky. We're getting so specific. I don't know if we need that, but obviously I'm sure there's a reason. Atlantic time is only 1 hour off. Okay. Atlantic time, that's Brittany's, isn't it? Brittany is in the Atlantic time zone, and then Newfoundland's a half an hour. Okay, this makes sense. Because I was like, wait, I should already know this. Yeah, and obviously Tennille and Brittany are in the same time zone, so this makes sense. I'm sort of looking forward to making my April wrap up, but it will be a long one. So many books. I know I've read a lot of books. I'm assuming I've finished my last book of the month, which is this one right here, The Strange and Beautiful, because I don't think there's anything. I might start another book today, but I can't imagine I would finish it. And of course, reading Flawless. Danny and I are supposed to finish the Wickwire watch today, but I don't know if we're going to get to all of that because we have about 25% of the book to go. And we like to talk when we're checking in with each other. The middle states of Australia are half hour off. I was going to say, I saw like a diagram one time and I was like, that is wild. Hello, Emily. How are you? Read about 35 pages in Rivers of London. Oh my gosh, Emily. Look what I have. You are reading a book that I've been planning on reading soon. That is amazing. Don't understand the slang. Oh no, unfortunately, but still enjoying it a lot. 2118, 9:18, I should say. Okay, so it's 9:18, about 6 hours ahead of time. Okay. Well, you got me really excited. I'm reading this next month. So we'll might have to stay in touch with each other if you want someone to talk to about it. Are you listening to the audio as well? I do have the audiobook available, so I'll probably be immersion reading it. But also welcome. I hope that you're having a great evening. Hello, Tangible Reads, aka Courtney, is also someone who sprints a lot. So especially on Tuesdays. So make sure that you are subscribed to her too. You're going to be editing. Sounds good. I hope that your own sprinting went well today. Of course, we have people saying hello in the comments to each other because they're all very lovely. Go and eat when you start the next sprint. I think I am. I think I'm going to have to because I'm clearly thinking about food. Oh, I got the day off today. I've been sorting through my books. Ooh, that sounds lovely. A great way to just enjoy your day. Organize. I feel like it clears my head when I'm organizing the books that I own. It's so lovely. Yes, Brittany and I live an hour apart. Oh, okay. An hour driving. I know. That had to click in my mind. I was like, an hour apart? You're in the same time zone? I'm like, no, you're not. Or you are, but you're an hour apart driving. Australian time zones are stupid, especially in summer, which thankfully is over now. Oh my gosh, that's right. Now you're in your fall, entering winter. So that sounds like really nice. I'm one of those things where I'm excited for spring here. I'm enjoying the weather, but we also had a day that was in the 80s, which is probably like high 20s in Celsius. And I was like, okay, this is getting a little warm for me. I like coolish warm weather, like a breeze, kind of middle. That's why I think spring and fall end up being my favorite seasons, just because they're a bit more chill. Yes, so it really is 5 o'clock somewhere. Exactly. It is always 5 o'clock somewhere, even at the half an hour marks. I also do not want to do a March wrap up because it's too many books to talk about. Seriously, it's just, I don't know what was in the water for all of us when it came to March, but we read so many books like all across the board. And yes, so we're going to have to keep each other updated. I hope that you continue to enjoy it so you can like get me excited when I start it. I'm talking to a friend right now and they didn't know about reading sprints. She's at work right now, but I've sent her the spreadsheet. Yes, bring her into the fold. I swear, reading sprints, once you start, you cannot stop. No, just reading, bought a used copy. Sounds good. Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm glad that I have the physical copy because like there's like the gorgeous map that I'm going to have to be looking through. And there's some illustrations in there if I can find them. So I'm really glad that I have the physical copy because I don't think it would be the same if I just had the audio. So yeah. Hello, Steph. Just getting home from work. Sounds great. I hope that you had a, de-stressing day, a not too stressful day, and you can kind of relax. If you have, relax at home. Do whatever you need to do. Yes. Thank you, Courtney, so much. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Christina, for providing Courtney's YouTube channel. Obviously, everyone here who's here on a Tuesday should be subscribed to Courtney because she also sprints on Tuesdays. They gave me the day off because I found out my great uncle died yesterday. I'm so sorry, James. It's sunk in now and I'm okay. Going back tomorrow and then off for the week Thursday. Okay, well, I'm glad that you have more days that will be off to come just in case because processing can have ebbs and flows, especially when you're dealing with a loss. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll be thinking of you and yours. But yeah, having a day off, that sounds like the smart thing to do. Meanwhile, you've read 26 books in March, like almost hit the 30. You were trying for 30 and 30 though, weren't you? I think you were. Was March 30 days or is April's 30 days? So I guess, but you were trying to do 30 and 30, I'm pretty sure. Does 5 a.m. count? Yes, we're 100% counting that, Alicia. Middle state's about to hit 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. for me. Need to get ready for work very soon. Oh my gosh. I am still upset for you that you lost out on 40 minutes of sleep. That's the worst. Yay for sharing. Yes, more bookish people. Maybe warn her that sprints are a bit addictive. They are. You begin to think you can't read without them. Like you need this community. I've never heard of Rivers of London, but it looks fun. Might be adding that series to my TBR. Honestly, you know who I saw first mention it? It was Mel from A Book Fiend named Mel. She's an Australian booktuber. And I just realized it says this is the 10th anniversary edition. So yeah, the book was first published in 2011. So it's been out for a while. The series seems pretty well loved. It looks like it's like urban fantasy mystery, which is why I'm totally into it because I need mystery genre blends in my life. And honestly, of course, James, like, thanks for feeling comfortable to like tell us about it, because I know that can be really hard and no one needs to be open about whatever they're going through. But when you are, we can like support you a bit better. So, of course, I was trying for 31 and 31. I was off by a couple, gonna try again later on in the year. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like, now that it's almost like you've had a test run, you're like, okay, now I know what worked, what didn't, and you can be ready to go for September. Yeah, James, we love you so much here. New book. Yes, actually, yeah, for me, this was a new purchase. I usually don't buy books that I haven't read before or authors I haven't read before, but I decided to take a chance and just do it. It was at the top of the shelf. It was really funny. I had to ask this tall couple, this man and woman. They were both very tall, and I was like, "Could one of you please assist me and grab that book?" And the woman grabbed it and was like, "Here you go." I was like, "Thank you so much." So that was really nice of her. I can't read or do chores without them anymore. When there are no sprints, which is not very often, I sit there wondering what to do. I know, I just like keep refreshing YouTube, being like, is someone sprinting now? Is someone sprinting now? What's going on? So, yeah. Yeah, and everyone's sending hugs and everything, and oh, we love it. Yeah. So don't worry, James, we're here for you if you ever need us. Once I get the first book, once the new month starts, so I can check it out via Hoopla, I'll probably read the whole series. Ah, yes. OT, is finally overtime. Is that what it is? Overtime is finally over after almost 6 months. Yay. Is that what that is? OT. I don't know what that is. I think it's overtime, right? I'll be able to write. Oh, nice. It sucks being in the UK because basically no one is on before 1 p.m. That's what I've kind of noticed. That especially here, Tuesdays is my day off. That's why I'm able to do sprints on this day, and it's really fun because usually I have like the other half of the world here hanging out with me. So it's really nice. Yes, for me too. Occupational therapy. Well, oh my gosh. Well, first of all, congratulations. I'm glad that your occupational therapy is finally over. I hope that it's helped you out. And I should have known that because I have a friend who, she's a PA, a physician's assistant, and I know that in her dual program back when she was in college, they had an OT program, occupational therapy. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I'm glad that it's over and you'll be able to write. So that's good. We've smashed these comments, friends. Like we've gotten through it. This was the last comment I'm seeing. If more come in, I will make sure to. Oh, OT was overtime. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. But that's good to know. OT can be occupational therapy, but can also be overtime. Oh my gosh, that is too funny. Well, glad. I'm also glad that I'm glad that overtime is over. Now I'm just mixing them up in my heads. Oh my gosh, I don't know why, but that really got me laughing. LOL, Vanessa knows because of her job, and I know because my son goes to OT every week. No, yeah, that totally tracks. That makes sense. Whenever I finally get reliable enough internet, I want to do sprints 3 to 4 times a week, starting at midnight mountain time. Ooh, like doing like the late evening sprints. That sounds really nice. I've been here just a bit in the background. Oh my gosh, no worries, Beatrice. Like, honestly, anyone who's here too, like, if you aren't commenting, never feel obligated to, especially if you're having an off day or you're just not someone who likes to comment on YouTube. It's nice to have you here no matter what, and I'll be here for you, so no worries. LOL. Oh, that's too funny. But I'm glad you guys reminded me what OT can also mean, occupational therapy. I knew there was another meaning. There's been no overtime since December, but as Prime Day approaches, I'm expecting some to start popping up. Oh, I bet. I bet it's like insane when that comes around. Okay. Now I'm actually gonna reset the timer and get us going because we might as well enjoy another sprint, relax a little bit, and we can always come back and have a bit of a longer chat session if we want later on. So let me switch us to work, and I will see everybody in an hour. Happy sprinting. Make sure that you are doing a bit of a self-care check-in. So do you have your water? Do you have a snack? Do you need to go for a walk or do something else before you enter a sprint? Just make sure we're taking care of ourselves beforehand before you kind of like decide to work for another concentrated hour. Okay, thanks everyone for being here. It's always such a surprise that so many people turn up on Tuesdays. Okay. everyone, welcome back. That was our third sprint, and we do have one more. We'll get one more in before we have to switch over to Brittany's. I ended up taking a bit of a break. I had lunch. I was snacking. I don't know if you noticed that while I was waiting for my lunch to be done. And I said I was gonna have a snack. No, I made a meal, and it was lovely. And then I ended up getting, a little bit more of Flawless done. I'm on page 202 in my edition. And so I'm about to finish chapter 17 because I know I'm really close to finishing that one. There have been some interesting developments. We are in a discussion between Rhett and Summer that I think will be important. And Summer's reminding me of a few other women protagonists. I haven't read too many romance, if I'm going to be honest. I'm probably not the expert on that genre, but I'm seeing some parallels. I think this is also not really supposed to be this way, but I think the main trope is forced proximity, but I see the author depicting Summer as kind of a sunshine, optimistic character with a bit of an edge to her. Like, I don't think she's like the cinnamon roll sunshine that we usually see, where it's like basically like a puppy. Instead, it's more like a resilient sunshine. Whereas with Rhett, I wouldn't say he's grumpy though. Like, I don't think he's a grumpy character. So, it's an interesting like blend of different tropes. I can't say too much. I'm trying not to say too much because I am trying to vlog about this. But honestly, whatever. If you all say that you're going to watch the vlog anyway, I'll tell you what I think. So this was James saying, "It's so insane. Prime Day, our busiest day of the year. Not reading, gonna be finishing, going through my books. I'm doing some unhauling. I recently did an unhaul, and I did record it just because I was like, that might be a nice video that people are interested in watching. But I haven't edited or really looked into it to see if I want to. But it is really therapeutic. I felt a lot better after I unhauled. I never thought I would do it. And then once I started, I was like, okay, this is actually really good for me. Okay, I finished my book now. It was a short one. I'll spend this next sprint doing some work rearranging my office. Yeah, sounds good, Maria. Also, Courtney says, now that is productivity. Truly. Decided to get rid of 25 books. TBR is now at 445. That's still so many. Yeah, so I ended up starting the year with just over 400. That was what my video that I did told me. So I'm trusting it. And I unhauled a good amount of books. So I feel a lot better because I don't know, depending on your library, depending on how much space you have, it can feel really almost like just too much, like it's closing in on you. Coda also returned. I got Coleus and Dianthus and pink polka dot plants. That sounds so cute. And also, hopefully, the last containers I'll need. We'll see. There's always another opportunity to go to the store. I asked this question, so we'll see. I think Coda mentioned that he was going to post pictures when he's done. So don't worry, everyone. I made sure to ask because I'm sure all of you were also wondering. Filmed a video, and hopefully, with it being only 10 minutes long, that means that it doesn't take 10 years to edit. Honestly, you never know. Sometimes the long videos don't take as long as I think they're going to take. Meanwhile, the short ones take me forever to edit because you're kind of being nitpicky. Maybe you want to add some graphics, and then I go crazy. I have too much fun like zooming in on my face or zooming out. It's more just because I like the way the video looks after that, but it does take a long time. Oh my gosh. Coleus, that brings back science lab memories. Which flavor did you get, Coda? Also, my mother came into the comments. Hi, Mom. This is too funny. So our last name is Griffith, our family name. And what's too funny is this book, The Strange and Beautiful Sorrows of Ava Lavender, had a character, a family named Griffith, and it was very weird. I'd never read a book with my last name. I've read actually weirdly 2 books with my first name in them, but that was really disorienting. Sigh. I knew if I watched the announcement video, this might happen. Just joined Escape the Readathon in Snack Squad, and then we have James saying, Snack Squad, woohoo! You chose a great time to join. It starts tomorrow. Exactly. Just in time, meaning that anyone who's interested, definitely go check it out because there's still time to join. And it seems really accessible, like depending on what kind of reader you are, whether you read 20 books a month, 2 books a month, anything in between. because there are certain accommodations to allow so you don't feel like you're letting your team down. Because sometimes if you don't read what you think is enough per month, you don't want to participate in those like competitive month-long readathons. But I think Lexi's done a really good job of accommodating for that. And this was the comment where Coda was like, I'll take pictures. Yes, please do. Meanwhile, Vanessa is still super active in getting a second video has been filmed. That's amazing. I'm in awe of you because I'm honestly like video to video at the moment. I just finished my, vlogging video, but I still have to edit all that. Now, vlogging, I think that takes the most time editing. I don't know why. For me, it takes forever. I think it's because I'm just organizing parts. Hopefully I can edit both later with them being so short and pretty good with very few retakes. That is amazing. That actually reminds me, I should probably try to at least have filmed videos up through Sunday so I don't have to freak out and we can enjoy our girls' weekend, our little girls' trip, but not little girls as in we're little, but the trip is little because it's only like 2 days. That's probably a really smart idea, Vanessa. Good morning. Hello, Jess. How are you? Not doing much today. Honestly, that sounds lovely. I edited a video yesterday, so I need to watch that back before uploading. Now, that kind of schedule is something I also respect, having enough time to do that. A lot of times I am uploading the video as I'm watching it and like being like, well, if it's all good, I didn't waste any time waiting for it to upload. But of course, that means that if there is a mistake that I want to go back, then I have to undo and like cancel the upload, and it's just a whole thing. I got about 3 chapters done. Stormy, what are you thinking? How are things going? My pen is almost out of ink and I'm only halfway through my book. Help! Oh no! Through my books, I should say, more than one. Oh, that is not fun. I read 15 pages, then had a very late lunch. Yeah, you and me both. Also, especially late for you because you're an hour ahead of me. Almost a dinner, like a dinner. Finished a couple pages in the 12 Caesars by Suetonius, but got distracted and wound up joining Escape the Readathon. Yep. Honestly, it sounds like it'd be really fun. And especially for those who want to do the Amazing Readathon, which the announcement video, Little Bird told me is coming very soon. I think that could be like a fun trial run, like get it out of your system. Now you know what it's like. And then you might be a little prepared for the Amazing Readathon, but you also could burn out. So just be careful. Going to head to bed now. Oh, no worries. Oh, sorry, my phone is acting a little weird. Heading to bed now. Read a good chunk of the book. Had a lovely time. Good night, peeps. Good night, Priya. Enjoy your evening. I hope you have a good sleep, and we'll see you next time. Got to page 50 of A Song for the Wild-Built. Oh, now I'm really nervous. I hope you enjoy it. I'm really sorry if we pressured you into reading it and you weren't like a big fan. Also, the audiobook for anyone who's interested and maybe wants to read it, but they're more interested in audiobooks or maybe physical reading isn't, in their wheelhouse at the moment for whatever reason. The audiobook is also excellent. I can verify that. The narrator does a really great job, so you can't go wrong with any format, to be completely honest. I got my video edited, had to pick up my son from school, and now back to uploading. My video will be ready for tomorrow. Oh my gosh, you're all doing such a great job. Tuesday seems to be the recording, editing, uploading day, which is really great. Working on cleaning out the bottom of my closet, need to vacuum. Also grabbed the last 2 books for this month on Hoopla and Enchanted. See, yes, good job. We have to like by the end of, I think like the last week of every month, we have to remind ourselves, especially as Hoopla users, use it. You use the borrows because they just disappear and it's so upsetting. Saying hello to my mother. Yes, I'm sure she really appreciates that. Rachel is back. Hello again. How's everyone reading? Oh, I think we're doing pretty well. I read some of The Hunting Wives while I went for a walk. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'm going to stay here, continue reading Flawless for the last sprint, Then when we start Brittany's, I might go for a walk then, because I do want to go for a walk today. But honestly, it's been so warm here. I've had to almost wait for it to be like sun setting time, so I don't have to deal with that. But yes, hello, Leandra's mama. She is so fun. My mom's been like mentioning that she's been taking advantage and like finishing books and reading books too during this time. So yeah, my entire family is like getting into this. So basically reading sprints is our lives at this point, and have been watching lots of booktube. That is something you actually do have to schedule in. That is definitely a type of sprint that we need to start making normal, is just doing like a booktube watching sprint, because that's what I need. There's so many books with my first name, but people would think my last name is unrealistic. Oh, for sure. I remember when we first met and I was like, okay, so this is like your YouTube name, like James Too Good. And then I was like, oh no, okay, this is actually your last name. Because it does sound, it's so funny though, because then you think about it, you're like, an author would never give someone that last name because it doesn't sound real, which is so weird because it obviously is real. Yeah, that's really funny. I've seen variations of my last name, but never mine. Like it just slightly changed or something. And I'm sure there are other books with my last name. Like there are authors with the last name. But good night to Priya. See you next time. Yes. I have not encountered my name in books, but when I was a teen, my parents were watching Seinfeld in the other room. Oh, and I heard George Costanza shout to Neil as part of a rant. Oh my gosh. Okay, I might have to keep an eye out periodically. It's been a long time since I've watched Seinfeld, but once in a while I'll go on like a bit of a Seinfeld binge just as like a comfort thing. I might have to listen for that. That's really funny. Yeah, I've had my name, I think we've mentioned this before, but I had one like my name was like a side character's name one time in a book, and then I've also had an Italo Calvino. He's the author of If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, I think it's called. I own it, and I love that book. But it's in one of his like smaller ones, Invisible Cities, and it was a city name. It wasn't a person name. I'm tempted to use a pen name when I publish, just so I can have it out there. Honestly, that I totally get that, and I feel like we do see people use pen names, but I feel like it was really like predominant more in like the 20th century, and I kind of like that theme. I wanted to come back because it's really cool. And then you can write under multiple pen names. You see that in the cozy mysteries. Like a lot of cozy mystery authors write under pen names, as well as some romance, I guess. I think that that's true. Yes, Vanessa is killing it today. Like honestly, I need to be on her level because I probably should try to record a video, but I feel like today's just not the day. Might have to try for tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Coleus, I got a tri-pack. There's red with green edges, blackish purple with green edges, and a green one with yellowish edges. Ooh, that sounds really lovely. Good morning to Jess. Yes, well, Jess is experiencing the morning, as well as Alicia. The rest of us are more so experiencing like the late night, evening, or afternoon. Yeah, I've just uploaded a few video shorts and done a few TikToks. Good job. Oh my gosh. Yes, productivity. Another thing that we have to we got to stay on top of things with social media, like whether it's like Instagram reels or like also posting our reviews. That's something I'm terrible about, is making sure I'm up to date with Goodreads and Storygraph. I'm writing down all the books I own as a physical way to keep track of them. Yes. See, I've always considered doing like a spreadsheet. I know some people update their spreadsheets, but I know I would neglect it. I don't know, just because it's digitized and I would not be focused on it. I'm 50-50 on this book. I want to know, what happens. But if I do finish it, it's definitely going to be a 3-4 star, which depending, like that is sometimes I'm okay with that. Sometimes if I think it might be a 3, I do wonder if I should DNF it just because I'm like, whatever. But with like it potentially being a 4, there's reason to keep going. And like 3s aren't terrible, like 3s are good. 3s mean that it's someone's 5, just isn't yours. So okay. I listened to a few chapters, worked on graphics. I take a crazy amount of time to make my graphics because I'm a technophobe. Chatted a bit in Stacy and Steph's sprints too. Yes, because they sprint every Tuesday as well. We'll be editing next. Sounds great. Morning to Christina. For the record, it's 8:40 a.m. for me, but I'm winning because I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. today. I know usually we see Jess a lot earlier, and that's not always a great thing. It's great to see Jess. We love Jess, but we're more concerned about how much have you slept. Not doing Escape, but hoping to get some KU and Kindle Mayhem announcement video here. That's right. I probably will be supporting it by maybe focusing on My Libby. Like, I think that could be really fun. Or like NetGalley ARCs, just because I don't have KU, and so I won't be participating that way. But there are so many ways to like focus on it. One other thing that's happening that I've just found out, because I was reached out by Maddie from This Bookish Cottage, which was really sweet of her. She ended up inviting me to Mystery and Mayhem Readathon, and I need to go watch that announcement video to see if I like have the time and ability to actually participate in it. So there's a lot happening, a lot of mayhem happening in May, which, that makes sense. I have 3 more videos to edit and prep for upload after my TBR video. We can do it. I believe in you all. I did also check my May TBR for audiobooks, and all but 2 have an audiobook available. Oh, that is such a great day when you discover that most of them are accessible on audio, just in case. Sometimes you might not be feeling an audiobook, but I like to have it in my back pocket just in case, especially like when it's really late at night. If I need to go to bed, I kind of actually prefer having an immersive experience. I bought the physical book, I have the audio, I can kind of chill out. That's my favorite way to end an evening. People think I'm joking when I tell them my last name. I've had to show my driver's license to prove that, yes, it's my legal name. Because is it pronounced too good, like the way I'm saying it? Or, I would assume that's how it's pronounced. Or is it too good? Because the double O's in good is sound, not ooh. That's what linguistics. I'm always fascinated by it. I've seen villains with my last name in books and a villain on an NCIS episode. Isn't that so crazy when you're like, oh, we've got a family member who's a villain? Like, what? Hopefully they're not too close to our family branch. Olivia Blake, uses a pen name for her fantasy stuff, and her legal name, Alexine, Farrell Fulmuth, for her YA romance. See, that would be interesting to know which genre would you give your true name to, because it does track. A lot of authors end up doing pen names when they go outside the genre they're known for, just because so that they aren't attracting the wrong audience, and the fact that people are expecting one thing and then they hate it and they're like, oh, I hate this. And it's like, well, that makes sense. It's not written for you. You're someone who likes their sci-fi stuff. Why would you like their thriller stuff, or whatever the case is? Just be careful with pen names, because you have to register each one. Because they have to write the checks, so they need to verify the name and everything. Whoa. And I wonder, in like certain legal documents, sometimes they have to ask if you've gone by other names. Would pen names count? Because, that is interesting. The blackish purple with green edges are my favorites. Might plant some of them with the light green sweet potato vines this year. Oh, I love that. Yay for sleeping in, Jess. I did today too. I did the same. I just like lazed about for like a half an hour, and I was like, this is the life. I'm a closet old lady. I go to bed relatively early, like 10:30 is my limit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still up for a few hours. I try not to be. I'm trying to go for the old lady status. That is my dream. But I still stay up until like around midnight. And sometimes, unfortunately, I stay up later than that. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but here we are. Same Christina. I'm doing KU Kindle Mayhem and Read a Thin. Oh, that's right. Read a Thin. I think I just said Readathon, but I meant Read a Thin by Donna. Donna, right? Donna. I may book club, in many book clubs, read alongs, buddy reads, all of the things. All of the things. Because I have, I'm doing the read along. Obviously, I'm going to be reading Heartless, the second book. I have a couple buddy reads going. I am finishing a buddy read with Danny now, but we're going to be starting Annihilation next week. I'm going to be reading The Glass Hotel with book lover Laura. It never ends in the best way. I'm currently got a vote up for what I'm going to read next. Just need to comment. Everyone, Okay, so is this in like your community tab? If you all want to, go to Books with Stormy so that you can vote. Oh, In Between Flawless and Happy Place. Well, that's interesting because I have some thoughts about that, but I won't talk about it because it's not. I could save it for the vlog. But Happy Place, I'll let you know. I did not like that book. Some people in the comments typically have read it and have enjoyed it or found it meh or whatever. So there's a nice spectrum for that. I would say Flawless because it's not infuriating me the way that Happy Place did. I can at least give you that tidbit. It's pronounced too good. Okay. Oh, so long O sounds for both. Oh, too good. Probably because of my American accent. It sounds really weird. Okay. I'm participating in Galactathon. Also, hello, Hillary. I didn't realize that there was a Galactathon in May. That sounds really fun. Hosted by the Roomies Digest. So many readathons. It was hard to choose constantly. That's the thing is you will never be without a readathon. You will never be like without a month of millions of readathons. And that's why Pages with Paige does an amazing video every single month just to let you all know what kind of readathons are out there because it would be really hard to keep track on your own. I am excited about all of the audiobooks because I'm sitting at 39 out of 52 for my Goodreads goal. Alicia, you're going to have to up that goal. I'm just telling you. And I want to try and finish it out in May. You can do it. I've realized that I'm going to have to up my Goodreads goal. For the first time this year, decided to up mine to 100 because I think I read like almost 130 last year. And I was like, okay, I think I can finally go up to 100. And now, I mean, last month I hit 50. So I'm like, okay, 100 might not be. But it's always kind of fun. Aim low, and then you can always increase it. So, Alicia, once you hit 52, be sure to up it again and see if you can just keep going. I'm really excited because one of my Whodunit Readathon books, which Whodunit Readathon is by Pages with Paige, actually. So I'm glad I already mentioned her. I have both physical and audio. The Kitchen Boy by Robert Alexander follows the end of the Romanov family during the Revolution. Ooh, that sounds like a heavy book. At about 40% of the book. Okay. So almost halfway. Oh, yes. Readathon is by Donna. That's what I was going to say. I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I am also participating in Kindle Mayhem, making my TBR now. Great. And yes, again, for anyone who is struggling keeping up with their KU, their Kindle, maybe their Prime reading, because there's also Prime reading if you're a Prime member, then definitely check that out. It's hosted by Reading with Neva and Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. Both of them have announcement videos, but also don't feel as though you're like, oh, I can't participate unless I, have KU. Because like I said, I'll probably be participating pretty loosely with my Libby or NetGalley because a lot of times NetGalley is like ebooks and everything anyway. So there are other ways. You can always kind of alter it a bit. It's the first way you said it. Oh, okay. So too good. I messaged you on Insta for the pronunciations. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Pages with Paige did a whole playlist. Yep, just as you said it. Oh my gosh. There are 24-month-long. Oh my gosh. Can you believe it? 24. That's arguably like the 2 years worth. You know what I mean? If you just wanted to like do all that is crazy. In 1 month, we've got 2 years worth of readathons. Readathon announcement. Thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate it. 122 is a book every 3 months. Or what am I reading? Every 3 days. Yeah, that's about right. And I will say, if we recall, that's how Iceland Barbarian started. And I think I read nearly the first 10 at least last year. And we were reading 2 a day, like when we were doing it every other month. And I did finally get into mangas because I count those. So I read like a bunch of manga. So there are various reasons. And I also leaned heavy into audiobooks. Like that was my audiobook era. And now like I just live audiobook life at this point. More often than not, I'm immersion reading just because I really love it. So it is a lot. It's a lot. As soon as I raise my GR goal, Goodreads, I'll hit a slump. Oh my gosh, that's true. But crazy though it seems, my usual 365 goal may be too low this year. Jamie, that is crazy, especially for you because You're probably one of the biggest readers I know, among many in the comments, to be honest. Most of you probably actually surpass me, which I'm just always constantly impressed with. So you know what? That's smart. I would say don't raise your goal until you've hit it. And then, like, I'm not going to raise my 100 until I'm really close. And I'm like, okay, clearly I'm going to hit it. And then I'll move it up from there, and probably just in increments. There is also, Escape the Readathon. Vampire Diaries readathon. Stop it. I've never heard of that. And Witchathon. That's cool. Stormy's community page. Thanks, Christina. Yes, everyone, if you want, you can go vote. The Kitchen Boy was 5 stars when I first read it. So it will be interesting to see what I think now, especially hearing proper pronunciations. Apparently, I shouldn't be a voice narrator for all the Russian names. Yes, that could be like a bit more like an extra layer. I usually do readathon and was following Donna long before I actually came to BookTube because of her event. So that's in my plans too. Yeah, perfect. My number is higher this year. More manga, comics, novellas, and learning to process audiobooks. Although my reading time is likely around the same. Yeah, exactly. And I think that I am processing audiobooks a lot faster. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Before, it was really hard for me to go above like 1.25 speed. Now, I usually start at 1.25, 1.5, get the lay of the land, and then I will increase it pretty quickly. Who's doing Witchathon? Good question. Also, we have Renee. Hello. On my way home, been out with friends. Oh, I hope you had the loveliest time. I hope you're having good weather too, since you've been out and about with friends. My Goodreads goal is 100. I just hit 57. Congratulations, Kelly. You and me, we're probably around the same pace. We'll see. Again, we should allow for slumps, because also slumps are okay. If it happens, it's not fun, but it happens to the best of us. But we'll have to keep supporting each other. Trying to read 200 this year. I've read 59. Yeah, so I guess if we're, at 3, let's see here, we're at like a third of the year. So like, let's say 60 times 3. Okay, so you're at like 180. So you're doing okay. Maybe you've also, I think, James, you had a bit of a reading slump at one point. So maybe you've already gotten out of the way this year, and now you'll be golden. We also have a lot of huge readathons already like about to happen. Escape the Readathon's one, and a million that we've mentioned, but the Amazing Readathon, Pick Pongathon as well. And I'm not going to name them all, but you know what I mean. Purple, that is a good mix. Yeah, like I think that those are some good. I think you're talking about the flowers. The flowers seem like a really good mix for Coda. I may do a 24-hour reading party when I hit 365. That would be so fun. I totally support that. If you get to that, that'd be great. Storygraph says I'm 7 books behind. Okay, that's actually, you know what? That's really nice that, those review sites tell you. The only thing that stinks is this is on me. It's my fault. I don't update my Goodreads and my Storygraph. They all tell me, you guys have heard this too much. I need to like actually catch up so I can stop telling you about this, but it still says that I've only read 4 books this year. And we know that that's not true. So it's telling me I'm very, very far behind, but I need to actually just like update those. I think I'm going to have a day where I just start updating, and maybe I was thinking about making a series of doing that. Content's content, I guess, and it could be kind of funny to have everyone make fun of how terrible of a reviewer I am. Vampire Diaries Readathon is from Chloe Reads Books. Awesome. I've read 65 books so far. Glenda, you're doing amazing. My Goodreads goal is 155 books this year. Well, so far, we just did the math. You would be surpassing that very easily. I have a lower goal this year, might not bump it. Honestly, yes, exactly. Nice to always be ahead, and after finishing it, the books being bonuses in a way. Yes, exactly. Bonus, just being like, well, I've already gotten my goal out of the way, so everything else is just extra. That's how I've been feeling. Until this year, I always just said 50 books, no matter what. And then I decided to up it to 100, and now weirdly that doesn't feel high enough, but I'm not going to change it yet. Hello, Carissa. Welcome. You're here just in time for our final sprint, but don't worry. As you know, we'll be heading over to Brittany's so that we're all good. Sam is yarn reader. Ooh, okay. Thank you, Christina, for that. I'm not sure how much longer you're going. No, I already told you. And you're reading the Raven Boys. Yeah, we've got time. Had a few drinks at my friend's house. In the bar, I had water and food, needed more food, and am a lightweight with alcohol. Honestly, that's how I am, especially like nowadays, because I just don't have as much access or reason because I'm more for social occasions. So yeah, I feel as though I'm like one, maybe two, and I'm good. I am good. Carissa, she is going until, yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm reading Christina's explanation about when I'm ending. I'm planning on saving my May Hoopla borrows until the end of the month. Get a bunch of shorter books to keep up with. That's actually really smart. So trying to almost like hold off on using Hoopla in May and then like having extras. I might have to steal that. Tennille, that was a really good idea. I am doing ARCs as well for the KU Kindle event, as I do not have a Kindle still yet. Yeah, I think that's like a great way to adapt it for yourself because I'm behind on my NetGalley ARCs. Hello, Michaela. Just got home from work and making dinner. It was a crazy day, but excited to sit down and read How to Solve Your Own Murder. That sounds like a really fun title. I've definitely heard of that book, but I've never read it. So I'm going to start just so I don't forget it. Also, enjoy making dinner. I hope you have some good food planned. Congratulations on getting home from work. My goal is 104 this year, 2 books a week. Nice goal. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I have a few friends who say 104 because that's how the math works with 2 per week. Nice goal to have. And this way I can afford 1 or 2 off weeks. Yes, exactly. Especially because if you're like, okay, here's a week where I did 3. Well, I've got 1 in the bank. Just in case I have a slower week. Emily's goal is 106, 2 per week approximately. Yeah, I'm unlikely to make it though, between work and everything else that's going on. That's okay. You know what? Also, these goals are personal. We personally set them, so it's not like anyone's going to come after us if we don't get it done. But I know it can be a bit disappointing, especially if you've had that goal and you've made it in previous years, and now you're like, oh, this year, why am I not able to? It's like, it's a different year, different things are happening. So totally understand. I know that that's easy for me to say, but also time, we've got time. It's only April, so you may actually reach your goal yet. You do not need a Kindle to read Kindle books. You can read them on a Kindle Reader browser. That's true. You can read the books on the internet. So I think I think it might be read.kindle or read cloud. I can't remember. But yeah, if you go to your Amazon account, you can read them on like a web browser, which might not be as fun. Hello, Chica. How are you? What are you up to today? Just so you know, we will be going for 1 more hour. I'll be starting a sprint, but then don't worry, don't fret. We'll be moving over to Brittany Loves Reading. She'll be sprinting for about 5 hours. So don't worry. The last sprint banner will be up, but it's not the end here. Well, it's just the end here, and then we'll be continuing over. You can also get the Kindle app on your phone. That's true. Yeah, that is true. Actually, I have it on my phone too. I'm thinking during my next audiobook, I'll try to update Storygraph. Ooh, and my reading spreadsheet and notebook. Only Goodreads is caught up right now. Yeah, my bullet journal is caught up, but no one else can see it, so it doesn't really help. Emily, don't think that there are lots of quick books you can read. Oh yeah, that's true. You've got comic books, short novellas. If you're an audiobook listener, that can be really helpful. I know that you're reading Rivers of London right now physically, but yeah, like you can always try like manga or like shorter series. So if you really are determined, we can always help you. We can give you maybe some book recommendations. I started the year with 30 books and I decided to bump it up to 50. I'm currently at 50% of it. Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. So you might have to bump it up again. Hello, I'm back. Hello, Greta. Sorry for dropping off the face. Oh, do not apologize. Had to rush to rehearsals. I totally understand. Your Tuesdays are really busy. So don't even worry about it. And also, we come and we go. We do our best. I appreciate when all of you are here, even if it's just like passing by to say hello. Oh, here's Chloe Reads Books. So for those of you who are looking for that announcement, this is the first year in a while that I haven't been thinking about a reading goal in terms of how many. I'm really enjoying not thinking about it. Honestly, I totally support that. A lot of people have taken a year off where they're like, you know what, I'm not going to set a goal. I think actually Bree from Four Paws in a Book has decided not to do that. She used to do a thing where she would up basically like however many books she read in that year, she would then make the goal the following year to read that many plus 1 more read. And then last year, it got a little insane. I think she read over 200 and something, like 250 or something around that. And she's like, I can't do it. And so she switched it up. I've been watching from the sidelines for a while, wondering what's a readathon. Well, so I'm sure that someone's commented about this, but it's a readathon hosted by Donna, and I'm sure that perfect. There will be a kickoff sprints for readathon tomorrow on Donna's channel, Mom's Book Collection. So you can go ahead, Chica, and subscribe to her, and she'll have an announcement video. We've got another explanation. It's focused on reducing your TBR pile while doing some self-care. Oh, yes, we love that. Oh, and also, yes, I am. I'm wearing a Canada shirt because I'm reading Canadian romance, some Canadian cowboy romance, and I thought it was really funny. And usually I feel weird wearing it, especially like if I have like a Canadian on the screen, like whether it be Kelsey or Brittany, or if I've got Canadians in the comments. I feel really weird wearing it, but I was like, you know what? This will be my way of supporting this series. I'm also just going to be skipping around in the comments, friends, just to kind of get us to the end, mainly because I want to make sure you have a good amount of time for our final sprint on this channel. So if I do miss you, please don't think that I did it on purpose. I'm just trying to find, like, not miss any of the big ones. Just typing about the app. Yes, because yeah, the Kindle app. A long time ago, I always updated my notebook, spreadsheet, and Goodreads every time I finished a book. It was a good habit. It is. And once you get used to it, it's probably normal. But as soon as you lose that habit, it feels like a crazy thing. I use the app from my phone and my Android tablet. Haven't had an actual e-reader for over 10 years. Oh, so you might not even need one. I don't think I will bump it up. I will just put more books there. Yes, exactly. Just being like, just show that you've hit it out of the park. And saying thank you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a great. I'm such a fan of readathons that focusing on your physical TBR or anything like that, just because it feels kind of crazy, and also self-care. True, I know many people just put one as a goal, so they know how many books they read, but most will be bonuses. Most booktubers read more than one book a year after all. That's true. I think that'd be very funny to meet a booktuber who's like, I'm only going to read one book a year and that's it. Maybe if they do like a huge book. I always have safety valves built in. So if my reading slows down, I can drop my goal throughout the year on Goodreads, but I always start the year with a 365 book goal. Yeah, that's smart. Only my bullet journal is up to date. You and me both, Greta. We're reading the same book. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Okay, you're liking it so far. So I'm at the 202 mark in my edition. You might have a different edition than I, but I'm on like chapter 17. Very exciting. Well, just so you know, if you end up finishing in time, but don't feel rushed, you can always join our live show that's going to be happening this Saturday. It's on Claire's channel from Claire's Creative Corner, but also there's a Discord. So if you have to miss the live show because you haven't finished it, then you can always like hang out there and we can talk all about the spoilers and everything wherever you're at. Yeah. Hello, Leandra. I'm Canadian. I think it's great to see Canada represent. Okay, good. Because I always feel a bit like touristy where I'm like, Canada. But I guess granted, I'm among the kind of Americans who live probably the closest to the Canadian border. Because like I said, I'm from upstate New York. I lived about an hour away from Buffalo, from Niagara Falls. So yeah, not that I feel like I'm Canadian, but I feel like it's different for someone like me versus maybe someone who like lives in Arizona. But I'm glad that we have a few Canadians in the comments who are like, it's fine, Leandra. We'll allow you to wear this shirt. I normally set a goal of 12 books a year. Yeah, exactly. Whatever works. My Goodreads is still at 12, and I've read 36. 24 bonus books, Greta. You've outdone yourself. I didn't keep track of how many books I read last year, but I think I read like 40 books. So I'm very proud of myself. Oh, of course. And that's the other thing. If this is your first time where you've upped your goal, you can always mentally be like, well, I'm on track for my goal last year and still feel really good about it. 12 books is not a bad number. One each month, exactly. Especially if we're thinking about when we're in the book community, we're always comparing ourselves, which is natural, that happens, but don't let it get you down, especially when you're thinking about there are some people who just don't read, right? And there are many reasons why someone might not read, but like if someone else is like, oh, maybe I'll read one book a month, that's an accomplishment for you, especially if your life is really busy, maybe you have less access to books, less time for books. So yeah. Oh, I already read this comment. I got a new chair. The package arrived today. So just brought all the pieces up to the third floor, working on putting it together now. Oh my gosh, that's lovely. Just in time too. Perfect. Oh, and then I think is Brianna there with you, Vanessa? Maybe she can help you out. You can do a bit of teamwork. I think my biggest reading year was 2014. I finished 214. Oh my gosh, had a lot of time to read that year. That's the other thing. Years fluctuate. There are times when you just, for whatever reason, have way more time to read, whereas others we don't. Are you reading Flawless as well? Yeah, Vanessa, I think you've already read this. I know that because you're hosting like Smutella, and you've got a few Cowboy, like Done and Dusted, and a few others on that list. I would think Vanessa's already read it, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just assuming, because I feel late to the party. I feel like I'm like one of the last people to have read this book. Moving from couch to bed for the next sprint. We'll probably fall asleep, so thanks to everyone for lovely company. Of course, Emily, thanks so much for dropping in. It was really nice chatting with you. Hope to see you again, and have a lovely sleep. I read them on the Amazon Reader. You read them on the Amazon Reader. It pops up in a new window. I found it when my Kindle died. That's really helpful. I love new furniture. I need to get a new reading chair. Already read Flawless. I was like, I'd be really surprised if Vanessa hasn't read it. I'm on Powerless, so that's book 3. But I loved Flawless and Heartless. Also read Wild Love, which is like the third series companion, like Rose Hill, that comes after Chestnut Springs. I got a new bookshelf a few weeks ago. Oh my gosh. Shelf. I mostly have games on it. Ooh, but that's still really fun to like have somewhere to put them. In 2022, read 11. 2023, 103. Life indeed, Tennille. Oh my gosh. I'm going to start dinner in the next sprint. I'm going to be making chicken tacos. That sounds lovely. I think I've been craving tacos, honestly. I'm going to go to bed now. Oh, yes, please, James. I hope you've enjoyed your day off. And also, now that I think about it, I hope that you and your family are able to like process and still like support each other, because I know that you're dealing with that loss and everything. But it was really nice to have you in the comments, and good luck getting back, functioning back at work and everything like that. I'm having tacos for dinner. Oh my gosh, I also just forgot. It's because it's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. That makes sense. Well, Alicia, I hope you enjoy your tacos as well. Okay, so we reached the end of the comments, meaning that it's time for us to say goodbye to each other. But we've got one more sprint. It's just that when we come back, it'll be on Brittany's channel, and you can kind of comment over there how well you've done in this last sprint, because I know that you all are going to do amazing. But for now, let me make sure to put up this little ticker that says last sprint on my channel, but it's going over to Brittany, so no one fret. It's all going to be okay. Let me see here. And yeah, of course, James, no worries. Vanessa had tacos tonight as well. Oh my gosh. Bree doesn't come. Oh, she doesn't come until tomorrow. For some reason, I'm just like, Bree's living with you, isn't she? And I'm like, no, that's right. She doesn't come. I'm just assuming now because we've been talking in the chat. That's too funny. Oh, and then so Renee's gonna be finishing an audiobook. I hope you can do it. I believe in you all. All right. So thank you all again for always hanging out with me on Tuesdays. I really do appreciate you. And anyone who's new, it's been really lovely getting to know you. And if you've just been like lurking in the comments or off the comments, totally fine. It was great to have you too. And I'll be seeing you next Tuesday at the latest. But also I'll be seeing you over on Brittany's channel, because I'll definitely be saying hi there. Okay, enough of my chatting. Nice to see you all, and happy last sprint.